Don't save that. Don't save this. That. All right. Cool. I'm gonna move my tutorials off screen. So let's see.
All right. So, this is actually pretty great today. Almost too great.
Which of these rocks do I want to keep? I should make a map with all of the rocks I want to use. Probably all of these. Why not? So Soul Cave bricks. What the heck?
There it goes. So
This came with bricks?
was in the process of. I think I was just making.
I don't remember there being. I wasn't looking very well in the cave.
I should.
All these building meshes too?
That.
How do they spell soul?
All set.
Okay. I didn't know if this was supposed to be some sort of specific cave in Seoul,
Let's see here.
like Korea. It's not.
Then content.
Whoa. I like
Insert.
it.
No.
Alright, this is my new. Wait, if I played, is that actually.
Okay. So
I thought that might animate. Oh, okay. That was.
I think for the start of this video, dismiss that. We don't need new plugins right now. I am chilling like a villain. No, just kidding. I think I was up to trying to get a new level started and set up parameters for it. I think that's where I was at. Let me get my chat open here so I'll be able to chat with you guys and see what's going on. As I got my stream going live, where you use Twitch and myself all. So I like to what I do is I'll rock with a down low just chat, so that way I just gotta glance down, it's ready to rock and roll. So looking all around and everything. Just looking down, it's right there for you. Oh. There we go. And just throw a test out there. Actually, I should be able to test the next song. That'd be kinda nice. Actually curious to see if that works. Should pop up on my screen. So let's see here. This guy just got back up a little bit.
Our running course. And as I said, we want to make a course that just keeps generating endlessly
Turn
as we
my
go.
music down
So what we're going to do is we're going to make a blueprint that's basically a floor
Even I
tile,
can't hear
and we're
what's
going to
going
keep
on with
spawning
this
that
guy.
as we run.
I want to hear it,
So
but
let's
I can't.
start by going to
Oh,
our
wait.
blueprint folder
I could just
and making a
increase
new
this volume.
blueprint class, and we'll make that an actor. And we'll call this BP floor tile.
Floor tile.
And we're going to open that up, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a scene component, because I want to be able to move around and scale.
So this
the
would
things
be
below it.
third person.
So now we could
Okay.
add a bunch of fancy static meshes.
Which
But
I've
since
done
we're
all
just
that.
doing a prototype here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one of the
So
basic
I've
shapes
got-
that's included, and just add a cube here,
I've
and
done
I'll call
all
it
of that.
transform in there, so we
Yep,
just get it
done
back.
this.
So we'll be able to call this at any point and find
Okay.
out where in the
so
world that
I
arrow
think I'm
is,
back up to where
and
I
use
was.
that as a point to attach our
Um,
next floor tile. So we'll compile and save that, and
That
then go
does
back
work,
to the
nice.
map. Now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to just do a new level,
And then I gotta hit that button. I got my music.
and
right
we're going to
there.
use the
Nice.
default. We don't need to save what we have.
File.
Now in here,
New level.
there's a bunch of different ways we could spawn these tiles. One, we could make a new blueprint that is, say, our course generator, and we could have that generate other tiles. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the game mode, just because it's super easy to access, and it's already here. So I'm going to rename this run game mode, and I'm going to spawn my tiles from this. So I'll open that up, and since this is data only, we're going to need to hit
Run
the
game
open
mode.
full blueprint
Yeah.
editor.
Alright.
And now we can add some script. So the first thing we're going to do is we're gonna add a function, and you're gonna find that I love functions.
All
I'm gonna
functions
call
are
this
useful,
add floor tile.
so I would add as many as I could too as well.
There are a bunch of different ways you can organize your
Add
stuff.
floor
Organize
tile.
your script and blueprint. You can add, collapse graphs. Lots of different ways you can do it. I personally like functions a lot, just because I don't like to have a long chain of stuff with a bunch of different things in it. And this way I can just call a bunch of different functions, and I can kind of see the overview of what my logic is doing
I mean,
without getting into the nitty-gritty
functions
of
make
what each
sense
function itself is doing.
when you're looking
So
at
anyway, I'm going to
a
have a
standpoint
function called
of
add floor
trying
tile.
to actually
And what I'm going to do
utilize short
is exactly
your main
that. I'm going to
code.
spawn an actor from class, and the actor I'm going to spawn is going to be my BP floor tile. Now we're going to need a transform for this, so I'm going to make this a variable, and I'm going to call it
Let's
next.
pull this up just a little bit bigger.
Actually,
New variable. Just back it up just a little because I want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
exactly that. I'm going to spawn an actor
So-
from class.
Yep.
And the actor I'm going to spawn is going to be my BP floor tile.
Okay, so grab the floor tile. BP floor tile. It should be right. Hey, look at that. It is. Nice. And once we have the floor tile, then I'm going to transform it.
Now we're going to need a transform for this, so I'm going to make this a variable.
Make it to its own
And I'm
variable.
going to call it
What are you going to call it?
next. Let me actually select that. Next spawn point.
Next spawn point, so I'm gonna guess that's gonna call that at some point. 1, 2, 4. Oh, I'm feeling about this song. Next spawn point. I think that's what he called it. Is that what he called it? Next spawn point. Yep.
And you'll see why in a minute. So now that we have this little function, I'm going to go to our event graph. I'm going to hold P
Was it
and
not
click
supposed-
and get an event begin play. And when we start playing, I'm immediately
Wait, what did you
going
just
to
do?
add a floor tile.
Just because I'm curious.
And get an event. I'm going to go to our event graph. I'm going to hold P and click
Hold P.
and get an event begin.
Hold P and click. Well, isn't that useful to know? Look at that. Learned something new already. Holding P, clicking gets you to the very beginning of the game.
Play. And when we start playing, I'm
Okay.
immediately
Add
going to
floor tile.
add a floor tile.
That makes sense.
Now let's go over and check this out. We'll go ahead and kill the floor that's here. We'll delete that. And let's simulate this. And there we go. We get a floor tile spawned in the world. Now one thing I noticed here, real quickly, we have our player start here. And when we spawn, it's right on the edge of that. So it'd probably be better if we had it out there somewhere. So let's move that up about, I don't know, 200 some units. So now that when we play, we're going to be more on the floor and
Oh,
not
that makes
just on the
sense.
edge there. So next,
Alright, so he went in here. He deleted that, didn't he? Must have. Because it's not needed. And then the player's spawn point, he pulled that ahead about 200. He said? Yeah, looks good to me. So if I hit play, nothing happens. Why don't I see anything? But he does. That doesn't make sense. Oh. It's because I'm probably supposed to save this, huh? And then hit play. Nope. That didn't do it. Huh. Why is he getting something different than me? I assume it looks very similar.
really gonna add a floor tile. Now let's go over and check this out. We'll go ahead and kill the floor that's here. We'll delete that. And let's simulate this. And there we go.
Yeah, mine doesn't pull it in for some reason. What am I doing wrong? So, save that, because I want to pull in a floor tile. Add floor tile, next spawn point, class tile. This is what it's supposed to spawn. Floor tile, and PP. Viewport, that's what it's supposed to spawn. That doesn't make sense why it wouldn't be working. So, from class, spawn, to my, well maybe it's, no, that's it. Yep. So it spawns that. Next spawn that'll be dealt with later. And then all I'm doing here is in the event graph. Event play. Tell him to grab a floor tile, which is right there. So it should play. Huh. I mean, everything's there to do it. I just don't understand why I wouldn't move one in. Okay. Well, I broke it already.
We get a floor tile spawned in the world.
I don't.
Now, one thing I noticed here, quickly, we have our player start
Hands
here.
up. Question.
And when we spawn, it's right on the edge of that. So it'd probably be better if we had it out there somewhere. So let's move, and then go back to them.
Somewhere's around
And I'll
there.
plug that right in there so we just get it back. So we'll be able to call this at any point and find out where in the world that arrow is, and use that as a point to our tab. The default.
I mean,
We don't need to
that's all
save what we
good.
have. Now in here, there's a bunch of different ways we could spawn these
Somewhere's I
tiles.
messed
One, we
up.
could make a new blueprint that is, say, our course
So-
generator, and we can have that
Pretty
generate
sure I
other
did.
tiles.
I changed
Um,
that. Ooh,
What I'm going to do is I'm just
B.
going to use the
Apologize.
game mode,
Just drinking
just
my
because it's
coffee.
super easy to access, and it's already here. So I'm going to rename this run game mode, and I'm going to spawn my tiles from this.
Done that.
So I'll open that up,
Everything's
and
good
since
there.
this is data only, we're going to need to hit the open full blueprint editor,
Also done that.
and now we can add some script. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a function. You're going to find that I love functions. I'm going to call this add floor tile. There are a bunch of different ways you can organize your stuff. Organize your script and blueprint. You can add, collapse
see.
graphs. Lots of different ways you can do it. I personally like functions a lot, just because I don't like to have a long chain of stuff with a bunch of different things in it. And this way I can just call a bunch of different functions, and I can kind of see the overview of what my logic is doing without getting into the nitty-gritty of what each function itself is doing. So anyway, I'm going to have a function called add floor tile, and what I'm going to do is exactly that. I'm going to spawn an actor from class, and the actor I'm going to spawn is going to be my BP floor tile. Now we're going to need a transform for this, so I'm going to make this a
That's a
variable,
variable. Yep, I've done that.
and I'm going to call it
Wait.
next.
I wonder if it has something to do with that. Hold on. I go back here, and I go to here, game mode, add floor tile. So it's doing what I wanted to do there. And then add floor tile. Let's open that function. See what I actually called it.
These might not fit.
I guess that add floor tile. I mean, there's no spaces.
Just trying to find something though for
So if I go back
in the
to
meanwhile, the temporary.
event graph, add call function, and then it should. Well, how would it know where to add the floor tile to? I mean, it's calling it. No, I don't understand when mine doesn't spawn a floor tile yet. So let's just go a little farther forward. Maybe it'll fix it. So
Actually, select that.
I mean,
Next,
thought it would be the
spawn
same.
point. And you'll see why in a minute.
It's kinda
So now that
nice.
we have this little function, I'm going to go to our event graph. Hold P and click, and get an event begin play. And when we start playing, I'm immediately going to add a floor tile. Now let's go over and check this out. We'll go ahead and kill the floor that's here. delete that. And let's simulate this.
Yeah,
There we
so it
go.
does
We
do
get
that.
a floor tile spawned in the world.
I don't know why mine doesn't
Now,
do
one
that,
thing I
but it
noticed here,
does.
real quickly, we have our player start here, and when we spawn, it's right on the edge of that.
Close
So
to
it'd probably be better if we had it up there somewhere. So let's move that up about, I don't know, 200 some units. So now that when we play, we're going to be more on the floor and
Simulate.
not just on the edge there.
Yep.
So next,
You
what
wanna
we're
take a
going to do is we'll go
But
back
no.
to our game mode.
Doesn't look like
We'll
it.
go back to
Okay.
our floor tile, add floor tile function. I'm going to drag off the return value, and I'm going to cast to BP floor tile.
Why would I cast a BP floor tile? But we'll find out. Alright, so that was in game mode, add floor tile, cast to. Why? Not sure yet. We will find this out today. There goes.
And after we cast to it, I'm going to call that
Sure.
function that we made, which is get attach transform. So it's going to ask, where is that arrow on you? And then what we'll do is we'll assign that to the next spawn point. So now what we have here is
Okay,
we have a little
attach.
function that is going to take a transform, spawn a
Okay,
tile,
So we get the first tile.
and then ask that tile, where do I attach the next tile? And it's going to save that up.
But see, mine doesn't even spawn the first one. But maybe if I tell it to spawn multiple ones, it'll work. Alright, that was a set. I have a feeling I'm gonna be doing this a lot, so why don't I get these two right next to each other? Because that's just gonna drive me nuts if I have to keep flipping back and forth. Attach, get attach, transform. Okay. Get attach.
Before build, we fix all bugs.
Transform. Then now we have the transform, what it's going to get for the next one, and then after
Off.
that,
So the next time it gets called, it's going to use that point to spawn the next tile. So what we can do here is we can go back to the event graph. How do I attach the next tile?
and then I'm gonna set this one. I mean, okay, I'm with you so far. I've done everything the same,
And of course, a playthrough is
so it should theoretically work,
for here,
but it doesn't yet.
And it's going to save that off. So the next time it gets called,
And
it's
I'm
going
not
to use
sure
that
why
point to spawn the next tile.
Again,
So
I'm
what we can
really
do
new,
here
and I
is we can go back to the
apologize.
event graph,
I'm
where we did
learning
this, and we
something
can stick in a for loop.
Figured.
That's actually never happened in my build.
And we can say make this 0 to 9.
Biz and cubes should not get copied.
Then he goes back to the event graph. Top is in a for loop. For each loop, obviously. Yep. No, I don't want for each loop. I just want a for loop. That's better. Get rid of that. Delete that.
And I
Move
think
that
we can make
into
copies.
that there. Boom, 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 boom.
Copy.
And then 0 to 9 or 1 to 9. I forget what you said.
Yeah.
0 to 9. Okay.
And get, obviously, 10 floors. Programmers and their crazy zero-based counting. So 0 to
So
9,
it
we're going
should-
to have 10 floors.
Grab this
So,
10
If we go
times.
and we simulate this, there we go. We've got 10 of these.
This is where if it's not working, I gotta fix something because something's messed up. Plans. Yeah, it's not working like it should. I'm missing something simple. I'm guaranteed it's simple too. It's gotta be simple.
Yeah.
Maybe I have to go back to this point because I missed something up here. My walls, wall 1, 1, 0, floor attach point, then get attached transform. What does that do? Attach point, get attached transform. That allows it to. I feel like I'm missing something simple. That's the worst part about everything is when you try to do something from a video and you mess up. Then you're trying to figure out at what point you messed up. That's not the fun part.
these floor tiles.
I'm
And I'm
back
going to move that up
here.
1,000 units
I've got
to the other edge.
got this
So
working.
basically what I'm going to do is,
Got
and
the
this is just a
attach
little
point.
arrow,
That's where the
what I want to
next
do
one
is
goes.
I'm going to spawn one of these, and then after I spawn it, I'm going to use the position of this to be the place that I put my next floor tile. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little utility function here, and I'm going to say get
No,
attach transform.
get attach transform. I've done that.
And all this is going to do is it's going to look at my attach point. I'm going to get its world transform. And then I'm
Attach
going to
point.
use that
Yep.
as a return variable. So it'll be type transform. And I'll say
New parameter.
attach transform.
I feel like, oh,
And I'll
ha,
plug that right in.
there we go. I didn't name this. So I gotta name this something. Otherwise, I won't do what it's gotta do. Right? No, probably not. But I'm sure this has something to do with why it's not working. Let's just save just for kicks and go. Hit the play
Good
button.
to go. Do you have a command or anything that explains this attack?
Nope, that didn't fix my problem. Darn.
In there, so we just get it
Okay.
back. So we'll be able to call this at any point and find out where in the world that arrow is, and use that as a point to attach our
that's it.
next floor tile. So we'll compile and
That
save
would be
that,
needed for the parts where
and then go
actually
back to the map. Now, next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna just do a new
doing
level,
the attachment part, but I haven't gotten to the actual part.
and we're gonna use the default. We don't need to save what
Make
we
it a
have.
level.
Now in
So,
here, there's a bunch of different ways we could spawn these tiles. One, we could make a new blueprint that is, say, our course generator, and we can have that generate other tiles. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the game mode, just because it's super easy to access, and it's already here. So I'm going to rename this run game mode,
that's fine.
and I'm going to spawn my tiles from this. So I'll open that up, and since this is data only, we're going to need to hit the open full blueprint
Yep.
editor,
Check
and
that
now we
here
can add
so
some
far.
script. So the first thing we're going to do
Just call
is we're going to add a function. And you're going to
which I
find,
have.
I love functions. I'm going to call this add floor tile. There are a bunch of different ways you can organize your stuff. Organize your script in Blueprint. You can add, collapsed graphs. Lots of different ways you can do it. I personally like functions a lot. Just because I don't like to have a long chain of stuff with a bunch of different things in it. And this way I can just call a bunch of different functions, and I can kind of see the overview of what my logic is doing without getting in the nitty-gritty of what each function itself is doing. So anyway, I'm going to have a function called add floor tile.
You're gonna
And what I'm gonna
spawn
do
actor.
is exactly that. I'm going to spawn an actor from class.
Maybe I'm doing this part wrong. Does he do it in game?
Is doing. So anyway, I'm going to have a function called add floor tile. And what I'm going to do is exactly that. I'm going to spawn an actor from
He does do it from game. Okay. No, so that's right.
We're going for passable here today. Why is that black? I don't know. It's actually the reflection. If I change this light to stationary, it won't be. I think on the next compile it will be. Alright, we're going for passable. Yep.
from class.
And then he's
And
gonna
the actor I'm going to
select
spawn is going to be my BP floor tile.
If you're curious about the
BP floor tile. I mean that blueprint floor tile, so it's gonna spawn this with that viewpoint. I mean, that's so far so good. And then
Now we're going to need a transform for this, so I'm going to make this a variable. And I'm going to call it next. Let me actually select that. Next spawn point.
okay, so I've got the next.
And you'll see
spawn
why in a
point
minute.
and a variable
So now that we
under.
have this little
Should
function,
just be components.
I'm going to go to our event graph.
So we're
I'm
good
going to hold
there.
P and click and get an event begin play. And when we start playing, I'm immediately going to add a floor tile. Now let's go over and check this out. We'll go ahead and kill the floor that's here. Delete that. And let's simulate this. And there we
Why
go. We
doesn't
get a
mine do
floor
that?
tile spawned in the world. Now one thing I noticed here, real quickly, we have our player start here. And when we spawn It's
Doesn't do it.
right on the
Why
edge of
doesn't
that.
it do it?
So it'd
What did
probably
I
be
do
better if
wrong?
we had it out there somewhere. So let's
Oh, I'd be like way
move
over
that
there.
up about,
Oh, wait a
I
second.
don't
Am I
know,
looking at the wrong
200
spot?
some units.
Probably am.
So now that when we play, we're going to be more
No.
on the floor and not just on the edge.
Okay, so
So next, what we're going to do is we'll go back to our game mode. We'll go back to our floor tile, add floor tile function. I'm going to drag off the return value, and I'm going to cast to BP floor tile. And after we cast to it, I'm going to call that function that we made, which is get attach transform.
okay, so I mean that's
So it's going to ask,
Oh.
where's that arrow on you? And then what we'll do...
why isn't mine working? Alright, let's check the comments. Maybe the comments can tell me why. Well, spot anywhere is is it my version too new for this tutorial, or am I doing something wrong? I'll watch the video sometimes, make sure everything is right. Oh. So that's probably it. So if I go to, how do they say that again? I gotta set the game mode. That makes more sense.
Anyway,
Edit project settings,
those
and then maps and modes. And check if default game mode is set to your game mode.
are at real
So default, it is set to my game. Okay.
very soon or lose.
Darn. It's just none. Run game mode, I mean that's set there.
I can now add a directional anyways. Let's have fun.
So mine was already set.
By directional,
That didn't fix my problem there. Third person. Let me save this map real quick. How do I name this map something different? Okay, there we go. Just want to name it. Endless run maps, and I should be able to go back in here. Set it to maps and modes, endless run map, default game map. Let's try that. See if that fixes my problem. I don't think that's going to though, but. Anyone, same problem, onset still consistent. Let's see here. And world settings. World settings, so somewhere's in the world settings. Game, run game mode. Ha, that probably would fix my problem. And play. Yep. Ta-da! Yay! So, what? Thank you, whoever this was. 12 Gauge on YouTube 2 years ago. You helped me out. So what I was doing wrong was, let me go and stop. In the world outline scene, so everything that's going on in the world. At least I think that's what that's supposed to mean. Is it? Can I? Yeah, world settings. My game mode was not set here. I had it set up in my project settings over here in the maps and modes. Everything was set here to the right one, but in the world I wasn't telling it to run that game mode. So it should have still done it though, because it was on. Okay, doesn't matter though. I got it to work. Now this should spawn 10 of these things, and I should be back up to the page where he's at. Let's see here, so I do that, and I do that, that. Mile say, oh, didn't like get actor. I don't understand why that's not working. Doesn't match any parameters of get attached transform. Wonder if I'm just gotta do this again. Get actor transform. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, well, I fixed that, so let's go back. Just oh, I'm actually pretty close. Get actor.
which is get attach transform.
So get attach. Boom. Then that to that. Compile. Save.
One.
Now if I go
So it's
here,
gonna ask where is that
should
arrow on
be.
here? And then what we'll do is
Hey, we got
we'll
it
assign
going.
that to the next spawn point. So now what we have here is we
We're
have
on a
little function
roll.
that is going to take
Okay.
a transform, spawn a tile,
Well, let's make this back to full screen now that I've fixed my problem. Troubleshooting 101. Yeah. Let's continue
and
watching
then
the
ask that
video.
tile,
Find out
where
where we're at
do
here.
I attach
So
the next tile? And it's going to save that
I've
off.
now
so next
got
time it gets called,
a
it's gonna
tile.
use that point
the
to
spawn's
spawn
10
the
of them
next
in a row.
tile. So what we can do here is we can go back to the event graph where we did this, and we can stick in a for loop.
Technically, I could put as many as I want. I could put 50 in there and it would
And we
spawn
can say
50.
make this 0
And all I
to
have to do is change
9
that number,
and get
whatever I want.
obviously 10
So
floors.
0 being a number,
Programmers
and
are
then
crazy
9 being the top number.
zero-based counting.
as
So
long
0
as
to
it
9,
goes
we're going to
to
have 10 floors.
10.
So if we go and we simulate this, there we go. We've
Boom.
got 10 of these floor tiles in a row. Now, as I said, we want to make an infinite course. And it would be a really, really bad idea to
Just
go in
do-
here and somehow make this an infinite loop, because computers just don't like doing that. And they're going to want to crash. And
That does,
it's just not good. So what we'll do is we'll set up a system where as we pass each floor tile, we'll tell it to add more floor tile. So let's go to our floor tile again,
okay, so as you
go to
end
our
a-
viewport,
a floor tile, add
and
the
we're going
next
to
one.
add a box collision.
So now I gotta go back into here. You want me to do it into viewport. He wants me to add a box collision, which I'm gonna guess is most likely whenever you cross this box collision, it's going to delete the previous one. Maybe it'll be a dual purpose one. It'll do both delete and add. Yeah,
And we'll call this
it's possible
end
to do that.
trigger. And we're going to
End
move this
trigger.
off to the end. Funny enough. We'll change the Y to 500 and the Z to about 200.
Alright, so this goes to the end here. Does he give it an exact location? Let's see here. Looks like 60. $50, $200, $500. Okay. So this is the red one. Because the Z is, I think, no. Yeah, the Z's the one I want to go up and down to. And then 200, yeah. I don't really need that, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter how big that is. It's weird, but see how picky he gets about that.
And we'll move it up a little bit so that it's a bit higher. Okay, so now we have this nice little trigger at the end of our floor. We're running from left to right here. So we're going to set the collision on this to overlap only pawn.
Alright, so he's gonna affect when the pawn overlaps it. Makes sense. I don't actually care too much about that part, but that's okay. So collision, once you go to collision, we're going to... which one did he affect? Collision presets. Collision presets, there we go. character overlap only pawn, right? Overlap only pawn, yep.
And then we'll go in and add a begin overlap event.
That's handy. So I come down here. These are all the different type of events that when something happens in this box, you can change what it is. Overlap. So hit that. Bring up a new thing here. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Be right back. I apologize about that. Oh, sometimes you just gotta sneeze when you gotta sneeze. Still feels like I gotta sneeze. I'll try not to sneeze on the mic, that would be bad.
Hit the plus here and add that.
So
what we'll do, first we'll check the other actor, and
cast
we will
to-
cast to our run character.
So we're gonna cast it to the run character first. Oh, out of which one though? Out of the other actor. Cast to run character.
How are you guys doing?
I apologize. It's sniffling.
Let's just do a little quick check to make sure that that's our player. And if it is,
If it's the player,
We'll get
then
the
what are
game
we gonna
mode. this is just our general game mode. We'll
do? Get game mode.
We are just nuking.
Get game mode.
Nuking.
cast that to our
We're gonna cast the game mode, whatever it is, because we got the game mode to the run game mode.
Just need to get it passable for the next build, and then we're gonna touch it up when we do the
custom run game mode. And then in that custom run game mode, we'll call our
detailing.
add floor tile function.
Run game mode. Then we're gonna add the floor tile. Add floor. Nope. Why? But that worked for him, but not for me.
Partially atomic.
Add
Partially atomic is usually. Did I say partially? Partially.
Okay, so let's see here. Call function. We did it out of the bottom there. Call floor. It's not. Huh. This is context sensitive. Yeah. So mine should be able to do it too as well. What just happened? Oh, okay, so I'm hopping over. Take an action. I have floor. Hi. Why is mine not giving me that attach? I wonder if it's somewhere. I mean, I should be able to call that. I should be able to call that because I have it file save.
I don't understand
I should be able to call this function and the other one. Why can't I do that? Because I'm coming out of run game mode.
The static light builds near
That's
a
game mode.
material, a shader that uses the metallic property. There's not a reflection capture there.
Floor,
It says black, and it's like, no, the reflection is not black.
cast to. What do I want to
Maybe
cast
that's
to
something
again?
I I can
want to
change
cast to
default setting. I don't know.
floor tile.
Floor
I
tile
don't
function.
Save any of these.
Add floor
I'll
tile
save it 'cause it's
function.
a level shirt.
So cast to
I don't even want to save that.
floor tile. No.
Just saving the levels. All right, we're getting a little wrapped up. We will. I will
Floor,
be back.
no. Floor.
Probably actually in 90 minutes, let's be real. So until then, I'm going to host somebody. Let's find somebody to host.
Oh, looks like my body's taking a break for a little while. And when he takes a break, I'll mute him for a little while. No, I mean, not really. I don't have to mute him.
I don't know any of these developers here.
That's all good. Let's see here. So, target game, add floor tile.
Okay, two of them are English. They're both in the Unreal Engine category. Only one of them is actually using Unreal though, so... Or at least in the thumbnail.
I probably don't even show up in the Unreal Engine.
Yeah. Alright.
Let's see here. Game mode. Wanna
Okay, you're saying they bake the lights to RGBA colors so only
add
four
floor
can
tile
affect
function.
the same surface.
What if I go to the run game mode?
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Well, I wonder if I just
Do
switch
you
the
happen to
category.
know how I can? Is there like a
Oh,
default
yeah.
reflection capture I can set for per project?
Let's try it there.
You know, I closed that, but I actually am going to open it back up
Oh, didn't like that.
and start a lighting build while I'm gone.
Or didn't like that. Hit actor transform.
Yeah, I'd really like to know if I can set a default reflection capture.
Actor transform.
I literally should just Google that though. Unreal Engine default.
Get actor. Nope.
See, when it's doing a live preview in the editor, the metallic textures, I don't know what reflection capture they're using. You know?
No, I don't want that. I want a function.
Yeah, I need to look more into it. No idea. I try to touch lighting as low
Well, I
as
get
possible.
that
Same,
function right there.
yeah.
And this one.
All right. I'm just gonna fire off this build now.
Get actor transform. That's the function I want.
Close all that. And start your engines. Oh, one small change I noticed in level.
Let's see here. Get actor transform.
Which
Activation.
was
Transformation. I want that. It worked before.
that I didn't put these in the actual level.
Okay, so let's back it up a
See,
little here.
Just disabled the level and these
I
are
hate
all
doing
here,
this, but
so
sometimes I gotta back up to
move
catch
those
what I
into
messed up.
level
I thought I had fixed my problem.
Have the return value, and I'm gonna
one.
cast
Now
to
level one,
Cast
six.
to
BP floor tile.
Yep, I've done that.
Okay.
And then
And after we cast to it, I'm gonna call that function that we made, which is get attach transform.
This trigger.
call function. Why is it not calling the function? Come
Oh
on.
shoot!
So get
This trigger also should be in level
actor
one.
transform.
Wait.
Should be right in there. No, it's not in there. Do I need to make it actor? Make this
Is there two?
call?
Ah, there's a duplicate.
Is that really what it
Pay
is?
no attention.
If I go here, hit that, get rid of that, does that fix my problem? Just 'cause I'm curious. No, it doesn't fix that. Okay, so I messed up something else.
Looks good. Okay.
Call an editor, let's try that. Call an editor. Compile, save. Compile, save, doesn't like it. Expire. want something different. Get
All right. Starting the build.
attach.
Well, 2 people just joined the chat.
Get
Well, you're gonna have to wait because I'm going to the gym right now. I'll be back in 90 minutes. Until then, I'll host somebody. Yeah. All right.
Feel taking place there. Very obvious beveled feel. Now we just got to take our progress bar and make it a little bit more attractive. Hey, thanks for the host, Benvy. Unfortunately, I'm going to be turning my stream off here in about 30 minutes, but I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. So,
Oh, it's good
I
thing you
kinda-
host me because I'm still really new to
I
this.
had another progress bar that I made that I really didn't like, and I want to go look at it.
Let's see. So I have the cast to BP floor, get attached transform. I'm trying to get this get attached transform. It was working, but now it's not working. And I don't know why it's not working.
Okay.
Call in
So
editor.
we're going to drag you out, and
I
I'm going to
can't.
see if I can make this fit for what we're working on.
Let's see here. Why aren't you working? Broke something somewheres. Get attached transform. Get attached transform. I want it to be. I don't know if it needs to be called an editor. What did I break? I broke something along the way. File save. Run game mode. Let's go back over here. Endless runner.
So it's going to ask, where is that arrow on you? And this way I can just call a bunch of different functions, and I can kind of see the overview of what my logic is doing without getting into the nitty-gritty of what
So-
each function itself is doing. So anyway, I'm going to have a function called add floor tile, and what I'm going to do is exactly that. I'm going to spawn an actor from class, and the actor I'm going to spawn is going to be my BP floor tile.
Floor tile. Nope.
Now we're going to need a transform for this, so I'm going to make this a variable, and I'm going to call it
So
keep
far,
click. And get an event begin play, and when we start playing, I'm immediately gonna end in the world. Now, one thing I noticed here, and not,
oh man.
and
I'm
after we
messing
cast
things
to
up
it,
all over the place already, but
I'm
it's
gonna
okay.
call that function that we made. I'm
Why you want to call the function? It works here. Let's try this. Cast to get rid of that and that. Cast to BP floor tile. Cast in it. So that. Get attached. What if I just get rid of this? Maybe not. Get attach. Transform. That's class. I mean, when I got rid of that, it worked. Maybe that's just context sensitive for some reason. I don't know. It should let me do what I need by doing this. Compile. Save. Did I fix my brokenness? I think I did. Let's see here. So if I hit play, still got a working game. That's a good step in the right direction. Let's get back up to where I was.
and
I was
we will
working on
cast
this.
to our run character.
So
Let's just
let's
do a
cast
little
that
quick check to make
run
sure that that's our
character.
player. And if it is, we'll get the game mode.
And then
This is just our general game mode. We'll cast that to our custom run game mode.
where was he?
And then in that custom run game mode, we'll call our
The floor tile. Alright, so we got the game mode. Oh, that's
Add
right. And then I was stuck
floor
here.
tile function. So we'll add another floor. And we
Game mode, add floor tile. So I need to add floor. So it's not add floor tile. That's what I need to pull in. Is it? Ah, it's still context sensitive. Floor. There we go. Oh, you son of a gun. Let's try this non-context sensitive. Add. Why can't I? Run game reference is not compatible with game mode object reference. Why aren't you compatible? Target is run game mode, so run game mode. Cast to. Oh, I wonder if that's not casted properly. Yep, that was where I'm going wrong. So we need to cast to. Run game mode. Haha. Then we got the game mode going into the objects, floor, and this should allow. Oh yeah. Now we're on the right path. I fixed my problem. Yay. That's always good, right? So I think what I was doing, I had the wrong game mode here. I did the initial game mode, but that wasn't being called in the actual game. So by doing this, it's allowing me actually take the proper game mode that is being used in everything from right here to the game mode to my edited, and then go up to project settings. So that was one of my problems, and I should be able to continue on with this video.
We don't want to keep the old floors around, so what we'll do here,
I wonder if you guys can hear this.
I don't know, 2 seconds for safety, and then we'll destroy
Yep, you should be able.
actor, and keep that.
Now he's going to delay. Let's do a constant. Delay function. No, maybe. Delay. You change the rate to a 2. Where's that point to? I can't tell. Just a 2. Destroy actor. Okay. 2. Destroy actor. And what that'll allow me to do is, after a duration of 2 seconds, and it adds the floor tile, it'll be destroyed in 2 seconds. I think that's what it's doing, but we'll find out.
To self. So all it's going to do is when we hit that end trigger, it'll call the game mode, say, hey, spawn another floor tile, wait a couple seconds, and then destroy ourselves.
Yep.
So
Okay.
if we look at this in the game, if we play, then I'm immediately going to F8 and jump out. And look
F8,
off in
jump.
the distance. As the guy
Skill build.
runs, you can see that we get more tiles generated in the distance.
It should.
And behind him, you're going to also see
Ha!
that the
That's
floor
pretty
tiles start
cool.
disappearing.
Alright, so that's what I should have.
And this could go on.
Let's see if I hit. If I hit what he has, I'll be happy. So we hit play. I don't know how to run a character. Oh man. Why don't I have a running character? Let's see here. This guy probably fell through the world, I betcha. That's probably what it is. I probably don't have him high enough, do I? Let's try bumping him up here. Nope, he didn't spawn at all. Okay. I wonder if I go to project settings, it's probably my default pawn isn't being called. And game maps modes, select game mode. So run character, no, it's being called there. And run character is this guy right here, which viewport is definitely a character. Okay. Somewhere it's just not spawning my character. That stinks. No. Spawn my character when I start the game. Where's everyone? Don't cast at. Simply drag out, return. Get attached. Transform. No, it's still here. From. Let's see here why the loop runs for more than my time. floors and spawning. No. Actually, I forgot the person. It's not pulling in a person into the game, but there's a reason for that. So if I go to, let's see here, player controller, that should be good. I wonder if I can figure this out. I should be able to. So, oh, this is the, what am I even thinking right now? I'm worrying about the trigger of the box collision. That's what this is. This has nothing to do. Cast a run character, so if you grab the run character, and then you get the game mode, you add floor tile, boom, 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 boom. You run that function, delay 2 seconds to loop the next one. Okay. So run character should be all set. I mean, he should spawn without no problem. He should, but he's not. So if I go into endless game, save current, I wonder if I just pull in the run character again. I wonder if that's my problem. Man, it's probably as simple as that. Probably not though. Not my luck. Zip, zip, zip. Zip it up. Oh wait, I want him to be 200 ahead. And then let's put him right on the 0, because that should fix my problem. I delete this one. Let's just hit play, see what happens. Oh, there goes my character. Goodbye! You were great for the life of what you were able to accomplish. I wish you many happy days in the future. Okay, so let's see if that did the look at that. And then it's adding and deleting. Yay! So it was as simple as just the wrong. Let's see here. What it was it's calling. Let me simplify this. It's calling a character right here, but I don't have this character set to do anything at all whatsoever. This is just a base thing that was spawned when I made the new level. So to fix my problem, all I had to do was pull in the actual blueprint of my running character, and that allowed me to then have no issue. I can delete this one actually, because now I have a player running. Yay! Yep. Although it should follow the character. I don't know why it's not. It's kind of weird. Well, that's okay, because at least I've got. Is this not a 0? Location X. So, I mean, the X, that should spawn right on 0. I don't know why my character has to spawn so high. I mean, he has to spawn almost. Is it? Wait, where's the actual level? He drops about that much. Let's see if I can get it closer, just because I'm curious. No, it's sphere going through, so if I put it here, hit play. He's good. Okay. So I can stop, lower him down just a little bit more, play, stop, lower down another notch, 2 notches, let's try that, play, still good, save current play just to make sure, yep, 2, 3, play, huh. Right at 0? No, because when I'm at 0, he falls through. I don't know why it spawns such a different amount. Play. That doesn't make sense, but okay, whatever. So he just needs to be up 10, and then he's good. But why doesn't the camera, unless it's probably not set up here, I bet you. Default camera mode would be set in the run character. Use no on camera. Base height, and then there should be a follow camera on perspective, follow camera. It doesn't do it. Play. I mean, oh, that's weird. I can do that? Oh, because I'm simulating. That's probably it, right? No, I still can do it. Okay, that doesn't matter. can I get rid of simulate? Whatever. I have a running character now. What is that? And you know what? Actually, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes tops. Okay, I'm back. Just wanted to get everything settled for a minute there. Back, we're rocking and rolling. I have a working game now, which is nice. For some reason, my camera is not attaching to my person. I don't know why. Just don't know. Everything else is working great. I have a character who runs. For some reason, it's not calling the character's camera mode. It's probably something stupid easy. I bet you it's like, let's see here. Oh wait, it is stupid easy. Ready? Watch how easy this is. Oh wait, no, it's right there. Yeah. Camera boom. I mean, that keeps it. Is it? I wonder if it has something to do with that. So we got capsule component, mesh inherited. Camera boom is coming off of. It's inherited. And I mean, that comes right off of that, the capsule component. And I mean, it should, in theory, put preview. It should just launch. Wait, what if I hit launch? What does that do for me here? I can't actually remember these things all the time. Oh, this is gonna build the game. And run the game. Compile shaders. Once it compiles everything. Actually, I'm gonna take a little break for a couple minutes. Which is gonna one. So I'll be back in 20 minutes. Alright. So I may have. Response too low. Okay, I'm back. Went on a nice little walk there, got a little exercise outdoors, which was a good thing. Got a little food in me, and now I'm in for the long haul to start streaming again for a little while, a couple hours here. At least for another 2 hours, maybe three. I don't know how far and how long I feel like pushing it today. So again, where I'm at right now is building an infinite runner or endless runner. I'm using the tutorial here on YouTube. The endless runner spawning the course. I'm on number 2 out of I don't even know how many. Oh boy, there's probably quite a few of them. Out of 7. So I mean, that's not too bad. Near the end of the video. I don't have my music going. Hold on. Let's play that. There we go. Nice little music in the background. That's always nice to have. I always like working with music. Just makes it sound better, feel better. And it should. You want to come up, punk? Come on. Come on. Now you want to come up. Here. You're pull, boy. Come on. Come on. You jumping up here? Come. Come. No, come. There you go. Alright. Howdy. How's it going? Yes. How are you today? So this is actually where I'm at, just to kind of give you an idea. I'm not too far into the runner yet, but when I hit, this is kind of the weird part been trying to figure out what I took a break from. When I hit play, nothing happens. But if I go for a launch, which builds the game and sends the game through, at least I think it does. The guy spawns, runs, and the level continues to keep building in front of me. So that's, I mean, a good start, but I don't know why when I hit play it doesn't work. But I'm thinking it has something to do with the settings, probably project settings. Alright. Most likely, because I got the player spawn start. What's that noise? I don't even know what that noise is. Nope, over here. I don't know. Wait, so why doesn't it spawn the player in the game? They run game over for each loop at tile floor, but I'm not telling it to do anything with the person yet. That should already be class defaults, maybe? Oh, that's probably where I'm going wrong. Let's see here. So default character, run character. Spectator class? No. It's gotta be player controller. That's fine. Player state. That's all good there. It's gotta be somewhere in here though. That it's not holding the correct when I hit play. Okay. You're knocking your blanket around, man. Sorry, I got my cat chilling on my lap here. It's not like he fell through the world. Play. For some reason I can edit that better. Attach player controller. Oh, as soon as I do that, bam. Eject. Oh wait. Can I stop this? Well, no, nope. So play, possess, eject. There we go. Well, at least that's working properly. Now I can see what's going on. So it has something to do with the possess, which I'm guessing has something to do with the code in here. What it's not doing is it's probably not giving it a possession, so it's making a player spawn until it's requested by the actual action by possessing it. So, that's okay. I got what I want. Should be delete and put in, or put then delete, put then delete. Yep. Make sure there's always something behind it. Good. Cool. I mean, it doesn't work like I really wanted to do. It should just be play, but close enough for me. At least they can know how to work around it. So let's go back and continue on and see. Just back up just a little bit, make sure I'm in the right spot.
Couple seconds, and then
So,
destroy ourselves.
He's building
So
it.
if we look at this in the
delete it.
game,
See, he just
we
hits
play,
build. Yeah, it works.
then I'm immediately going to F8 and jump out.
I don't get that, but that's
And look
okay.
off in the distance.
Sorry,
As the guy runs, you can see that we get
It's probably getting
more
dark.
tiles generated in the distance.
Yep.
And behind him, you're going to also see that the floor tiles start disappearing.
So that's all good there.
And this could go on and on forever and just keep running, but it's not all that exciting of a game. So in the next video, let's start adding some obstacles and make it a little bit more exciting.
Alright, so... Huh, I was in number 2. Cool. Doesn't look like his because for some reason I have to hit possess. Attaches to player controller.
Okay, now that we have our
Good enough.
course generating, let's go ahead and add some obstacles that we can dodge. So we're going to make these a blueprint as well. So we'll go to blueprints, right click, add a blueprint class, and
So,
actor. So
actor.
BP, we'll call this BP blocker. And we'll open that up. Now this is going to be super simple. All we're going to do is add a static mesh and set the type to be SM rock. So we use this
a
big
rock?
rock.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to use stuff
That
that's
makes
in the starter
sense.
content. So
This is static mesh, just that way there's something there in the game. Blueprint blocker, so he opens it up, goes over to mesh, no, static mesh, yeah, oh he probably had that in there, didn't he? Yep, added a static mesh and then gave it something, so, components, static. Not stack, static mesh. There we go. I'll just leave it called static mesh for now. And then... Okay, bunk. I'm gonna replace your boat, man. Sorry, that thing's poking you in the face. My cord for my headset. See if I can get that out of your face. There you go, Bonk. Sorry. Alright. Just a little bit. So... when I add in a blocker, he's added it into the...
it was add a static mesh.
under the static
Yep.
mesh part. Okay. And then here, just want to do something simple, like a rock, I think is what it is. Right? Boom. Oh, come on. Yeah. Now we have a rock. Oh joy, life is moving on to something better. Let's see here. So after that, we'll
And set
let's
the
get some
type
properties.
to be
call the bug maybe?
SM rock.
Oh no,
We'll
we called
use
that
this
already
big
because
rock.
it's invisible.
And I'm just trying to use stuff that's in the starter content, so if you guys want to follow along, you'll be able to use this rock as well. So we'll compile and save that. Now we're going to go to our floor tile, and we're going to want to spawn these randomly on our floor tile. But we don't want it to be completely random. We're going to, for the rocks, we're going to use specified points. And for those, to represent those, I'm going to put in some arrow components.
Okay, so he's adding in. He's going to compile save into the floor one now, so it's looking as if it's looking like that. He's going to be putting in some arrow components here, and I'm thinking that's where the rocks are going to spawn. I think, could be wrong, or at least choose between the ones that are available. He puts it right into that part, I'm guessing. Yep. End triggers. Oh, that's good. Oh wait, the end trigger is inside the scene. Should be inside the scene at least. There we go. Not that that makes a huge difference, but for grouping purposes, it makes sense.
And I'm going to call this spawn point. And I'm going to move it off to the far end a little bit, and maybe up a few units, 30 units or so.
Okay.
I'm going to duplicate that. We'll call this spawn point L for left. And move it over there. I'll duplicate it again and make it spawn point R.
So he's adding arrow components.
Okay, so now we have these arrows that are going to represent where we want to spawn our rocks. So what we're going to need to do is, first of all, I'm going to save these locations where these arrows are into a an array. So I'm going to make a quick little function to do that. And I'm just going to say,
And so once he has all three set up, that'll be the potential locations where the three of them, the three rocks could technically spawn. So now I want to drag that out into the scene. Why is it not going out here? Oh, duh. So, just throwing me off because it's on the same path as the other one. That's what? Oh, maybe this is this again. This is 500 cross, so if I want to make it kind of symmetrical, I would do 250, 0, 250. Right, that's 250. Maybe 300. Down just a little bit. So. And then bring it up just do 3 notches. Yep, about 3 notches. And then I can copy and paste that. Copy, paste. Move it onto the center here. And copy. Whoa. That didn't undo. What happened? Oh, come on. What did I just do? Oh, duh. Sorry. Alright, so put that zip, copy paste, and put this one, last one at. And then move this one spawn point. Name this one spawn point R, and then he did it for right, and then for this one, rename spawn point left. Okay, so I have now a left. Oh, that didn't save. Point. Oh. Okay. So this. Oh wait, probably not though. I bet you this is by the L. Yep. And that's the center. Oops. Alright, so let's see, just for a second. L, and then get rid of that C. There. So it should be left, center, right. Boom. And they're all sitting up on the 900 line. Just for consistency. Get just a little bit further away from that edge. Not that I think it'll make any difference. I'm pretty sure they'll still spawn properly, no problem. But for consistency, I like even numbers. So
now we have
locations.
these arrows that are going to represent where we want to spawn our rocks. So what we're going to need to do is, first of all, I'm going to save these locations where these arrows are into a an array. So I'm going to make a quick little function to do that. And I'm just gonna say,
We're gonna need to make a function, add a function. So just this is a new function to save those into an array
I
that
get
will allow me to call upon them in
spawn
the future.
points. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna say set spawn points. And all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my components here, the arrows that I just added, and I'm gonna get their relative transform for each one of these. So I'll just copy this, get your relative transform, and also I'll get a relative transform from you. So I'm gonna find out where in the world relative these arrows are. Let me make sure these are connected. So I'm gonna get all three.
I don't want that. I don't want Yep. Get relative transform. See, his is a little bit different here. Why is this a little different? Relative transform.
To do that,
I get that.
and I'm just gonna say get spawn points. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna say set spawn points. And all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my components here, the arrows that I just added,
Left, right, center.
and I'm gonna get their relative transform.
That's what I'm grabbing. Huh. Then this may have changed. Instead of plugging set spawn points into get in the newer versions, the get relative transform node may have changed. Instead of plugging set spawn point into get relative transform, plug set spawn point into the node where you set the spawn points array. Plug this into where you set the spawn point array. I guess maybe it's a little further along.
For each one of these. So I'll just copy this, get your relative transform, and also I'll get a relative transform from you. So I'm gonna find out where in the world relative these arrows are. Let me make sure these are connected. So I'm gonna get all three of these relative transforms, and then I'm gonna stick them in an array. So to do that, I can just do make array. I'll add some pins, and I can start attaching these. And you'll see that as I attach these, the color changed to represent that these are transforms. So now that I have the array made, I want to save this in a variable. So I'll promote it to a variable. I'll call it spawn points. And let's promote it to a variable. The color changed. Some pins. Okay, so to do that, let me get your relative form.
I was just there's a little note see there.
And
So
the arrows that I just added,
that,
I'm gonna for each one of these. So I'll just copy.
get relative transform. This node may have changed. Instead of plugging set spawn points, into plug where you set the spawn point array. Okay. So I think I get rid of this, like this. Get relative transform, so I could do the get relative transform. I just saw it. Copy paste, do that 3 times. Up here. And then the last one, and then
do you do? How do you
Copy this. Get your relative transform, and
Because
also.
he's plugging it in here, and they probably
the
plug in
relative
the position
transform from
there.
here.
I'd imagine. Boom, boom,
So I'm
boom.
gonna find out where in the
1, 2,
world
3 in a row.
relative these arrows are. Let me make sure these are connected.
Yep, that's what I thought. And then they
So I'm gonna get all 3 of
pop
these
out.
relative transforms, and then I'm gonna stick them in an array. So to do that, I can just do make array.
Make array. So if I do this and make array, oh come on, oh not mark, make array. There we go. Add 3 pins. These are my return values. And then
I'll add some pins, and I can start attaching these. And you'll see that as I attach these, the color changed to represent that these are transforms.
okay, so far we're so good.
So now that I have the array made, I want to save this in a variable. So I'll promote it to a variable. I'll call it spawn points. And let's make sure that we get this guy connected up.
Oop.
Okay, so now we have this little.
And that's all I gotta do is set it to that. Okay. That was the part I almost missed. Was it get or set? You just called it spawn points, okay. Spawn points. So that's my new variable, and then from all that, I hook this bad baby back up here, and according to the video, that should set my spawn points appropriately. Yeah, it looks nicer. There. So now we have get relative transforms, grabbing the left, right, and center, then making an array out of them, setting them as spawn points, and then the function is set spawn points. So that's what I want the function to do, is to set my spawn points for me, for where the rocks and other things in the future are going to be.
Little function that's just taking the arrows, finding out where they are, and sticking them in an array. So on construction script, I'm just going to call this right away. I want to immediately create this variable with these.
So right off the bat, in the construction, we're going to set spawn point. Boom, right off the bat. I don't know if I think the target would have to change, wouldn't it?
Transforms.
Maybe
Yeah.
not.
So then I'm going to make another function, and I'm going to call this spawn blocker. And this is going to do the work of spawning our obstacles. So I'm going to drag off of here, and the first thing I'll do.
So another function now for spawn blocker. This will actually spawn probably the rocks, I'm gonna guess.
Is add a child actor component.
Add a child actor component right there. Okay, what am I gonna do with this child? I don't even know what this is. What is a child? Creates a new component and assigns ownership to the actor. This is called for. New component assigns ownership to the actor. This is called for. Automatic attachment causes the first component created to become the group, and all subsequent components to be attached under that group. When B manual attachment is set, automatic attachment is skipped, and it is up to the user to attach the resulting component. Do not go. There is actor. So I think this is just allowing me to make promote something to an actor, and then from there anything that spawns after that will act under that actor like an array, maybe? Not 100% certain. That's okay though. Just because I'm curious, touch widgets. That would really scare me.
Now I could just spawn actor from class again, but what I want to do is, as I said up before, I'm throwing away the floors as we run off in the distance. And if we use the child actor component it's gonna be connected to that floor, its parent floor. So when that floor gets thrown away, it's gonna throw away anything that's attached to it, any child actor that's on it. So all of the obstacles and whatever else we have that goes with that floor. So this way it'll just keep things cleaner. So for the actor class, we'll use our blocker.
So we're gonna go to.
It's bouncing straight backwards. How?
Hey, stream again.
What would
Cool.
possibly make it do that?
Add child, add actor.
And get stuck up
component.
against that wall. There's some rotation bug right now. That's what that is.
And we're gonna do this as the blocker, I think is what he was explaining.
I can still solve the puzzle,
Channel
but this puzzle actually
component,
just became
channel actor component.
a little broken.
Blocker, yep. Okay. From there.
And where we want to spawn it, we'll take our spawn points array and we'll get something from that. And if we go,
You can grab the spawn point array. Get. Okay, so we're gonna grab this, get
Yes,
this.
it is. It has
Don't know
to be
why
very,
we need that.
go ahead. This will automatically work. So,
only one bug.
well, not automatically. We'll go to our construction script, and after
It's just the orb. They don't have to.
Construction script.
Probably actually should go
Spawn
fix that while
blocker.
I keep playing. I really like this level. If I don't like the level, I feel like other people aren't gonna either. So, perhaps we're
Well, this.
after we set the spawn points, let's spawn the blocker. So now if we compile, we're going to get a rock on one of our arrows. But we don't want it just on one arrow. We want to randomly go
better
on one of these 3 arrows. So let's go back to spawn blocker.
Before it was like, well,
Okay.
these are just the mechanics.
Go here.
Just life.
Roll that wire. Let's double click something so you get. Why is he seeing the floor right now? Oh, because it's using the floor. Here for it. Oh, okay.
Hey, Nox, what's up?
Want to
this game
randomly go
is-
on one of these 3 areas. So
all
let's
the
go
levels
back
I'm
to
playing
spawn
right now
blocker.
are about
This is
teleporting.
super easy to do. You can just drag off of here,
Though I'm specifically not
random integer in range,
because I don't wanna
and then get
give away
the
all
last
the
index
that's silly.
from our array. And we'll go 0 to that
Plus,
last
a lot
index.
of these puzzles are gonna have to get slightly reworked now that there's new mechanics.
So now if we go back here and we simulate,
Carl, please,
Okay,
welcome
so
back. So there we go.
back up just a little. Random manager in range. Into that.
And I'm out.
4 tile spawn blocker. Okay. And let's see here. So get random integer. Get random integer.
I also really think that FOV is
No.
too small.
I'm close. I need something different.
Who did this?
Random
Freak ate my snack pack.
in range. There we go. Set that to that. And promote that to a last index. Last index. Boom. Make that the max.
Yeah, it's so hard to see anything. Hold on, we're in level 29. I'm gonna change the camera FOV.
Okay.
I really think it's too tight.
That looks a little better.
What new mechanic? Oh, there's a couple
Okay,
new mechanics.
so,
You'll
0
see
to
'em.
max.
Looks awesome, you know.
Files
As an old
save.
bodybuilder,
Go to
I need to
viewport.
ask
Simulate.
how was the gym.
Yay.
Good. I'm
And it
devastated.
just keeps on switching it up.
FFP, too small for sure. Was about to comment on it. Immutable Lambda, yeah. Ooh, streams back. Welcome back, Parsley Atomic.
Fuck
Yeah,
your
yeah.
phone, bud.
My wife and I are forsaking the gym for Just Dance. Yeah, I love that game. So here's the thing. It's like
Okay.
I'm using
It
pretty
works.
standard
And we'll go
settings.
0
Feel
to
the
that
blue
last index.
110%.
Not sure I understand why yet
that
at the
doesn't
moment
seem-
it's working.
So now if we go
but
back
it is
here,
working.
we simulate.
Hold on.
So I can
It's
go
gonna jump
from
around
spot
different
to
points.
spot,
You
which
can't
that
even
works
run.
for
Okay,
me.
excellent. So let's see how this looks in the game. If we play,
Maybe it's the
This
aspect.
again, his does
I
this
don't know,
for some reason.
something-
His goes right to the game.
There's something that's constraining the player view, I
And
think.
I hit play. Made it randomly. That's
At least
nice.
That's the gist I
If I
got.
possess it,
80 is what
Rotary
you
throw,
for first
but
person
that's
game.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
nope, I want to do
Then
play,
tell me.
possess, eject. Let's see if it's automatically still. Yep, so it's still spawn in different spots. Random ones. Cool. And then hopefully it should be the far side once in a while. Yep. And is it deleting them?
Where were we?
Oh, even
28
better. Look at
level?
that. It's spawning them and deleting
Yeah.
them. Sweet.
This feels better.
And I mean, the team isn't counting them up in an array over here, but I don't think that makes
This actually
too big
feels
of a
about right.
difference. Boom, 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 boom.
Does it
Edit
feel
this
any
real
different?
quick.
Did it literally not change? I don't know.
Thanks, false right.
Hold
Okay,
on,
cool.
Persistent level, perspective.
we're running.
Maybe
We're not
those
really
settings
running.
aren't
We're kind of
changed.
strolling here. So
This
let's
is 90. What's
quickly
up?
jump over to our character and make him go a little faster. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to my blueprint, and we're gonna make sure we show inherited variable.
So,
Okay, yeah, I'm now
character.
seeing all your chats. When will I paint the walls? Actually, we're about this week. We're going to do a vertical slice of
Where do you do that?
a perspective game appearance.
Show, okay. And then under there.
Okay, so
variables, so we can see the
there is
variables
something
from our
wrong
parent
with
class.
if
We'll open up character
I just said
and
so
select the
180
character
and
movement.
Nothing happened.
And over in
We
details,
should be
we'll
able to
open
set
that
it at
up.
90.
And we'll go down to max.
So to speak.
I'm
Okay.
thinking maybe the
So
settings
it's
are getting
going to
overwritten.
character. And it goes to movement.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. I wonder if
makes that nice
I
and
wonder if it's
large,
actually a setting I have set up
600.
in my
Or
game.
he set it to. I'm betting probably 1,000.
walk speed
Guess.
here, which now is 600. So even though we're given max input every time, it's maxing out at 600. So
Okay.
let's pop this up
Oh,
to
wow, he's going a lot
say
more.
I don't know why
1500.
this is-
That'll get
this
us running a
so
little
much.
bit
Also,
faster.
my
There we
player is
go.
like
Running fast,
falling
and as
Okay, that's a lot more than I
in a
thought.
weird
Okay.
way.
Nice. So these are all the different. Cool.
Oh, I
mean,
disabled the
mess
screen
with everything
settings.
there. Which would be
Though
nice.
they might still be overwriting. That might be it. Oh. My
so
you may have
HUD.
noticed, we are going through these rocks.
Yeah.
And that's not what we want. So let's find out why that's happening and fix it up. So we'll go to our blocker,
Video
select our
settings.
mesh, and if we go to
Focus
collision presets, we're on block all dynamic, so that's not the issue. I'm betting that this static mesh doesn't have any collision on it.
Yep.
And it does not. We have collision showing here, and we have no collision. But we can fix that real quick in Unreal Engine 4. We'll just go to collision, hit auto convex collision. We'll get this little menu, and I'll just keep it at
Okay, so he went into Flotile, and then went to no,
The save button.
Blocker.
Save and apply.
double clicked
Going
this.
through my little widget here.
I opened up the editor for the blocker.
Yeah, I want to rewrite this whole widget, so that's
Collision.
why.
Simple collision
being
or
used right
complex collision. Well, I have a feeling that's probably the same thing
defaults
as what he's about to
and
do.
hit apply. And there we go.
He did it slightly different.
Unreal Engine 4. We'll just go
Auto convex collision, so I need a collision.
to collision, hit auto convex collision. We'll get this little menu, and I'll just keep it at defaults.
And from there,
Apply settings.
I don't know what there's maximum number of vertical
Yeah,
allowed for any. Sure. So what
See,
if
I don't even know where I am. Apply settings, yeah.
Okay, so it limits the.
Validate settings.
That's fine.
I didn't write this in case you guys were wondering.
And hit apply. And
I
there we
mean,
go.
it's not terrible
Now we've
code,
got a
it's
little
just
This
not
is
collision
less
mesh
than mine, but that's okay.
attached to our mesh. So we'll save that,
FOV.
close it out. And now we should be able to smack into these things. Boom.
We're gonna
Alright.
do this
I bet ya.
straight manually.
Save. Play.
Yeesh.
Check. Didn't do anything. Oh.
I'm gonna do this in my game mode. I'm gonna do this every time a map is loaded.
Yep.
Actually,
And it's working.
Here. Load level.
Is he gonna outrun the level?
Is that a string at the end? Sure.
I don't think I'll run level. I think level will continuously work in his favor.
Actually, let's set it to 90. Let's see what 90 actually looks like.
I
Oh,
can't
okay,
walk
so
through
it could
things.
be
Oh
a-
no, I'm stuck.
You know what? It's a console command. I'll just set it
Well, that's
myself.
good to know. 'Cause that would not be fun to actually play a little weird and get stuck like that. Let's fix that. So that would be under floor tile. These outside ones, I would just need to bring it in. So is that 300? That was the original
The
idea.
problem is that, yeah, I just fell into the abyss.
File save. Now I should be able to play, possess. Yep. I mean, it's not fun if you.
So, standing 2 blocks away, I should be able to see 2 blocks in both directions, and I cannot. So,
Technically, you just run down this. That's not. It's easy. Okay.
like what I was at, right? No,
Game mode.
it's way better now. Holy crap.
Walker.
I don't know what I was at FOV wise. Why it's getting.
Oh, excuse me. I apologize for that.
So let's. I actually don't need to be launching this out. I don't know why I am.
340. Let's see what I want to
8
actually.
people in the chat. Welcome, welcome.
50. Maybe that'll be the one.
Alright.
So let's get
Not
ourselves
this level.
so we can get stuck.
Okay.
350 is the
Standing
magic
2
number.
blocks away. Oh, did the lighting just load?
Okay.
I can see 1.5. FOV.
Right. Ooh. That's what this one should be set to, right?
I didn't set it to anything. I was kind of hoping it would tell me what it is. 90.
Yep. Cool.
Just typing FOV automatically put it to 90. FOV 110.
So
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic. But that itself doesn't do anything. So let's make it do something. Let's make it kill our character.
Well,
So we'll go into our run character. What I'm going to do is
this
I'm going to make
feels-
another
yeah,
custom
90
event.
really should probably be
so
default.
character, new event.
Oh, the game feels so much better.
Let's see here. Run character. Should be new function. No, new event.
Alright, well, let me continue
Uh,
playing. I actually already beat this. I was in 29.
Is it just custom event?
Well, that's off. Oh well. I'm not bothered.
And I'll call this guy Death. He's super tiny, so let's zoom in here to see that. Okay, so this is going to be our death function. And when our player dies, we're going to call this, and it's going to be our death routine. So normally when you're setting up game, you'd probably want to have some sort of death animation or whatever. Since we're prototyping, I just want a visual representation that we're dead. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to disable input.
Let's see here.
And the next thing, like I said, I just want a visual representation. So I'm going to spawn emitter. And I'm going to use the P explosion.
Alright, so I'm gonna disable input. Input. Spawn emitter. Spawn emitter. What did he do? Attach. I don't know if he did attach or application.
I don't know why this lighting keeps happening.
Emitter.
Double tap to
Application. This will allow me to make explosion. Boom. Let's move this over just a little
It's
bit.
set to nothing.
There we go.
Oh, that looks a little better. Straight lines. Always a good thing.
I do not
And-
know where the shadow is coming
Man, I do demos a lot, and
There's no
for some
light.
reason, a
There's 2 lights in there in the middle of the
Auto
room.
destroy. Check.
player running into something exploding seems to get a laugh everywhere I go. I don't know
Try
why.
to get rid of it.
So I
have
tend to
no
use
idea
that
what
quite a
causes
lot.
that shadow.
Get actor location.
Seriously.
Get act. Get actor location.
For player death. But anyway, we'll spawn that for the actor
Excuse
location.
me.
And while we're at it,
There's gotta
why
be
don't we
something here that is hidden that's
play
causing
the
that.
explosion?
But anyway.
Sound. Application. I'm gonna guess. Play sound.
And sound as well. And again, hey, this is stuff that's in.
Is it? I don't know why, but okay.
The starter content. So
And then I can do this. I'm gonna morph this around a little bit. Well, that looks a little better. Nice. Okay. Oh, fuck, you're gonna fall in bed. Just trying to help you out, man. Make sure you don't fall off my lap.
you guys can do the exact same thing, or you can get more fancy and do something else for your death. So we'll do that, and then let's take the mesh and set the
Ooh, excuse
visibility
me.
on that to be hidden. So visibility is unchecked. So we'll hide the mesh.
Show FOV. It feels different. What's
So
the
he
difference
goes
with the
and does the mesh.
alpha keys?
Get. Set visibility.
There's a link in chat. It's called Chumak Bal Pu by Jay Sahama.
Oop,
That's one of my favorite levels,
There
actually.
we go.
So when we smack into this, our death routine is gonna play some particles, play a sound, and hide the mesh. So we're gonna need to call this from our blocker when we hit
I
it.
can get the FOV
So
in
compile,
a
save.
in the
and
blueprint,
the
so
blocker.
I'll do that.
He's gonna
So we'll
call
go
it
to our
over
rock.
there. That way we can utilize
We'll go
it.
down and we'll add an on component hit.
Hit on component hit. So if it gets hit, it's gonna do this function. Is this the hit one? Yep. Add that function in there. Where'd it go? Should be. Oh, okay. On component hit.
Getting ahead of myself.
No. Oh. In the event graph, that's why it's not popping up.
Now on this we'll drag off
The actors.
the cast to our run character.
Cast one character first. Under other actor. Cast to run character. Yep.
Just make sure it's our
actually
player.
one of the puzzles that
And
I,
if it
I
is,
actually forget how to solve it every time.
let's
I
call
play.
that death function.
So I
There you
Make
go.
him
think
die.
I just know the new solution every time. Yeah,
This will allow the character to die. Oh, oh, didn't mean to do that.
Alright, so there we go. We'll save that off. I
Okay,
don't think we really need to
save
mess with our
my
blocker anymore, so I'm
intended
just going to
solution
close
is
him off.
for the beginning every time.
Sorry.
So now, let's test this out and see what happens. We can run, and we hit it. Boom. Alright, we have a little problem here. And I know exactly what this
Then you get
is.
to the top, and then
What we're doing, we disabled input because we don't want to dodge anymore. But if you remember, in our movement input, we are telling it to move forward on tick, and that's going to always happen. So let's set a branch here, and we'll make the condition a variable.
Okay, so he was having some issues there. He went to here.
I think I meant
Goes
this
back.
puzzle to be solved without me crouching and picking up the cube, but that works so well. Why not do it?
Branch.
Oh, we're to the mirror, and we've only had one bug today, so that's nice.
To a variable.
And I'm going to make this is dead.
I think it's because
So if I'm dead,
capture, they should be. The only bug we had was the orb just scooting around. For absolutely no reason.
There goes your towel, your blanket. Sorry, bud.
and I don't want to move forward anymore. So this is now saying if I'm dead is true, keep moving forward. We want to change that, so I'm going to hold control, and I can reattach.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so if I just hit control, it grabs the line and brings it down to false. But if not, I bet you this is going to be a whole other one. It's probably going to do something
It's
else
just
like
false.
the like character or restart
So
game.
now if we're dead, we're going to check is dead. If it's false, we're going to keep moving forward. If it's true, we're not going to do anything. And let's make sure that down in our death function, we go and we set this to true when we die.
That makes sense. So you just gotta set it on the death animation, set the actual animation of death to true. You set this here to here. To boom. Is dead. Boom.
So
Now he'll be dead when he
let's set that.
spawns. When he
And let me
spawns.
just check here real quick.
Hey,
I'm going to compile
nice.
this. Is dead. By default, we're true. We don't want that. We don't want to be dead by
This seems
default.
like a game you would
Okay,
rate
so we're gonna
for
uncheck
top
that.
tier and suddenly love, or solve in a moment of epiphany. Yeah, you should keep a log of how you solve each level. I should.
There we
There
go.
should be a log of how they are solved.
Okay.
There should
So is dead is not set by true.
And then we'll compile and save. So now we've got this checking to make sure that-
Smoking.
we're not going to keep trying to move forward. So we should hit the rock and explode
time.
once. Fantastic. So
Here, let's see if our game does the same. So play,
This one's a weird one.
possess. I can run and then. Wow, that's loud.
Grab it
Whew.
if I can get up here, but now.
Oh, that'll wake you up. Let me tear that down just a little bit. Oh, whoa. Volume mixer. I want to endless runner. Bring that down just a little bit. Let's try that one more time just to see if it's gonna skip. That's not as bad.
This here.
I can bring it down a little
Walk
bit
off
more.
the button, get a new copy, and put him back, and that's how you solve
Let's do that.
36. 37 won't be playable. It's not finished. All right, every level is solved.
There we go. So I figure out how to actually adjust the volume controls for this particular one. That works for me.
So that has to do with the orb. The game's not that hard. I really was buzzing through it. Most people
Okay,
can beat it
so-
in an hour or two.
while we're at it, for prototyping purposes, we're probably going to want to test a bunch. So let's set up a reset thing
This
here.
is where we noticed the bug.
I'm just going to throw a delay in,
Level 24.
Where is he throwing the delay on?
2
Oh,
seconds
what is this? This is Unreal Engine.
purposes, and explode
Secret
once.
Easters?
Fantastic.
I mean,
So-
I get it as a research.
While we're at it,
On
for
the end of
prototyping
death,
purposes,
okay.
we're probably
These are all the levels.
going to want to test a bunch. So let's set up a reset thing here. I'm just going to throw a delay in,
Okay. Or are you talking about back
2
variables
seconds.
delay.
and then
That's the menu
again,
there.
you would do something more complex with restarting your game in a
Which I
real
don't think I'll
game. But
actually
as a prototype,
use.
let's just call console command restart level.
Okay.
So this way, if we should console turning your game, and You would do something more.
Level
would do something
24.
Console command. Why is the delay?
'Cause
not
we're probably gonna want
You
to
thought
test
it
a
would be
bunch.
a level where you have to walk
So let's set up a
walking yellow
reset
outline
thing here.
stairs.
Oh, it is under flow controls. Okay.
What would be?
So delay.
I mean, there's no art yet, so
Wait 2 seconds. And then after the 2 seconds, you're gonna go to.
I'm just gonna
so level 24.
I didn't want to do full screen, but that's okay. This one.
throw a delay in.
2 second in delay,
2 seconds.
and then after that, you're
And
going
then
to
Again, you would-
console. So console command. Let's just bring that up there for console. Exit console command. And then that's gonna allow
do
me
something
to
more complex with restarting your game in a
Look,
real
this guy doesn't
game.
know.
But as a prototype, let's just call
restart.
console command restart level. So this way we should be able to play.
Very
And
nice.
then console command's gonna be restart level.
Die and it should restart our map. Boom, dead, 2
let's-
seconds, and we restart with a new stage.
Not
Yay,
sure if
okay.
I started
Well, let's see if
to
ours
tables
works like
super
his.
Cool, but still thinking about the tag.
File save.
You think this
Build,
is the best way?
we
I'm
possess.
thinking the enemies on the map.
And 2 seconds later,
Thinking the
and we
enemies
spawn
on the
again.
map
Oh,
with
look at that, we're
objective
alive!
to take the free
Yay!
soldiers with
I
the
could
with
technically
tag
make
A,
it
for
more.
example, but what if they're like 20?
Can I jump over it?
Well, what if
Can I jump? I was hoping, but you don't always get that kind of luck.
That's fine, right?
I could make it.
Okay, excellent. So now we have a guy running.
I mean,
We've got some
tagging is
obstacles that
just
we can
a way
dodge
to
that come out
identify
randomly,
objective
and
location,
we
right?
hit them and we explode for
Ah.
some reason. We're made out of TNT or something. Anyway, so let's end the video here. In the next
What if
video,
there are
let's
20
put some good items in that we can pick up.
All right, so now we're moving on to items. Will be the
Killing
next one.
the objective to be able to respond to how many soldiers there are.
As we get items, we'll be able
Kill
to
all
pick them up.
soldiers with
Let me
tags.
turn on a light here. There.
Okay,
Let's light
so
that
now we
up.
have a player running, and we have some obstacles that we can crash into and explode for no reason. Now let's add some good items that we can pick up. And we're going to do this the same way. We're going to make a new blueprint
Okay. That pump gets
of
a lot
actor
better.
We're actually
type,
trying to
and we'll
say
call
for
this
markers on
BP
compass, it will add 20,
item.
even if the mission says specifically 3.
Okay.
I see what you mean.
And blueprint.
Well,
Actor.
you could show the closest 3.
Blueprint. Item. Okay.
And we'll
Use
open that
all
up. We just call it an
actors.
item
It's
so that we can
fine.
add some different
Not
types of
bad.
items anyway, later. So, first I'm going to do is add a scene component.
Why would you do a scene component?
Here. It just iterates through every single actor in the world, and that can be a lot. I think it's better to have like a mission manager and to have
Okay.
all items
I
that
wonder why.
respond to
My preview's so
care
big.
about
Can I
missions.
bring
in
it down
way,
a little bit?
they notify the mission manager that they exist. But
It's
get
kind
all
of weird
active by
music.
tag,
I don't know if I like
that's
this song.
fine. Just need to be specific with your tags. Like you can't just say kill 3 enemies and that's it. If there's a million enemies, you probably should have a specific tag for the specific
Don't know
specific
why.
mission.
I want to bring it
no big deal.
smaller. So I can actually see everything properly.
Alright. I've got the AC on. I'm going to turn that off.
Somehow I should be able to. Oh, there we go. Perfect. That's what I needed to do.
You know, I never get cramps, but I feel it right now. I have a standing desk. I should actually use it right now.
Okay, so back over here.
And I'm going to make a little pseudo coin.
I ordered some USB cables.
So using the item one.
They never came in the mail. think somebody stole them. Yeah, Noct, you're right. It is the developer's.
And I'm gonna make a little
magic.
pseudo coin. So I'm gonna add a static mesh. And the mesh I'm gonna use is gonna be this little.
Taurus. Okay. Static mesh.
What are you guys up to today? Let's
At the moment.
fix this one last bug, which we should put on the.
And then
So we did playthrough. We are done with that. So now it's fix orb. Now my guess is it comes from the code where we literally changed the calculations for bouncing. And this is because what was happening still doesn't make sense. But we will start there at least. I'll explain it. Vecball. Update hit direction. Right
Cooperating
here.
with me?
We get a hit. But we also calculate a reflection vector based on some traces. Slick Ace, just working on building an endless runner on your stream. Noise hasn't been working with me. It hasn't been working with me too well though. What's not? An endless runner. I think I'd probably make. This is how I would do it. I would make every tile an actor. I might have like a master actor for it, so like endless runner tile actor, and then my sub actors would inherit from it. Maybe I don't even know if you need that master actor, but then you could have each one be customized a little bit. Like it could just be a path. Like so, if it's a path, you could just say forward straight, blah 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 blah.
Yep.
You know, all those sorts of things, and then I would have a master actor.
Okay.
Or some sort of actor that has the logic. Oh, pardon me. That adds the child actor components and then sets that actor type and then sets up the parameters. You know.
Yep. No, that's I'm definitely following that.
Then you just keep adding these actor components, maintain a list of them, and then, you know, once they're behind you, you delete it. You've got that component right there. I don't know how you do baked lighting with that though. You could probably do something with level streaming and level streaming with offsets too. If like you want these to be like rich, detailed, not using dynamic lights. The tutorial you are using is an old version of UE4, so things aren't matching up 100%. I got you. Yeah, I wonder what their solution was. Fixing bugs. My guess is it's this reflection vector calculation. We're probably tracing too far forward. It doesn't totally make
Well, thank you,
sense. So what
Barley.
I'm
I
going to
appreciate
do,
it.
I'm gonna drop into level 24. Actually,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
gonna copy level
I'm excited.
24.
I'll show you where I'm at, Barley, just so you can get an idea. So I've been following the Endless Runner tutorial that they have here with the
Here, I'm just
UE
gonna drop into sub level. So
for I'm thinking about
maps,
getting close to
dev,
half.
and then copy
On
here.
4 out of 7, 4 out of 8.
And we've got it.
So,
We'll just take
which
it
is pretty close. But right now,
down and fight
we
it.
got Endless Runner, and under the Endless Runner, I can hit play. It doesn't spawn the guy right away. It should, but it doesn't for some reason. Haven't figured out why yet.
You've got something similar so far, but the character isn't spawning unless I possess it at the start of the game. It's not spawning?
No.
We'll just throw the actual pawn into the world. Do you need to possess it at the start of the game?
No.
Because you can,
I think so.
or, oh, you know what? I understand. You're saying like though, because the player, his only commands are left, right, you know,
Right.
or jump, left, right, jump.
Yep.
Possess him with the AI character. Design a simple AI, which could be as simple as. Are you in a left-turning piece?
So
Turn
yeah,
left.
we're using this. Simulate.
Uh,
Well, it's
I feel like players should. Still
Once I
exist
possess
though with
them,
that.
it works.
Yeah, they do exist.
Like,
with
I can
their
move 'em?
Controllers, they just don't do anything.
and everything's no problem at all. If I run into something, I blow up, it respawns. So it all works when I have
All right.
the
open up this bug
possession
level.
going. But like when he's doing the
23,
stream
I made changes to that, but I didn't save it.
on his, he just hits play and it automatically has the character spawn and everything else. So I mean, it's one step more than what he has going on. And really, to me, maybe it's just the way they want it to be now in the newer version. Everything else works like he has it set up though. So
This, that. I don't need this trigger.
he's actually in the process of making right now just something I can pick up and utilize in the game.
And if we find out now that it is.
Play method in the drop down. So I change play method in the drop down,
So,
like viewpoint.
let's drop.
I don't want it to simulate. Maybe that's what it is.
What do I call it? Emitter.
Where is the default?
Which I have such a hard
So
time
if I
finding.
stop,
Literally the last item.
Play. Ha! Thank you. Awesome. So that's all of us. That's where you'd watch AI or... Okay, so that's kind of like if I wanted to watch from perspective out back and see what's going on in the whole thing. That allows me to do that, right? Is that kind of what the difference is? Almost like if you wanted to fly around a battle and see the different areas interacting. I think that's what I'm catching from this.
So, this spec
Much appreciated. Now I feel like I'm doing everything right now. Just kind of give you an idea of my stream. What I'm doing is I'm going to be following a lot of tutorials at first because I really don't know much about Unreal. I mean, I've been working with it. I have a bunch of little small projects that I'm working on, but I don't really know what does what when it comes to blueprints. So ideally what I'm trying to do is I'm going to build a bunch of mini games like an Endless Runner and things like that that are all kind of tying into what my overall arching game is going to be. And it did change as of the other day because my partner actually and I came up with a new strategy for something. So things like Endless Runner is going to be important for this game coming up, so I figure if I build an Endless Runner I'll be great. The next one I'll probably tackle is going to be probably an RPG like management system, so I can get something for like leveling up, not only leveling up item management, things like that. Then after that one I want to work on a save system.
This has different settings. Enabled ball speed, keep alive, okay.
Now can I, Udemy, I think I have to pay for those though, don't I?
Can be activated.
To Swift towards once you know. I think I have to pay for those ones. If it's something I have to pay for, unfortunately I'm not really jumping into those right yet. Money's a little on the tight side. So. Yeah. Down the road I'll keep that in mind though. Especially because as I expand my tool set and maybe get an income source from doing all this, that'd be great. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. My goal though is all these mini games that I'm building with this particular thing, I want to change them. Yep. And I want to change them enough that they're my own creation. I might use the code that they've helped me build, but then I want to change like the error assets, maybe some of the polygon elements of it all, maybe how the game just maneuvers a little bit differently and things like that. And then I want to try to release them just to see if, what it's like to actually go through that process. I've never done that before. Like this game, I'd love to see it on a mobile phone. So it's something that
I don't know
I've never
why
done
it's
before.
not,
But if I have to submit it, then it can kind of give me an idea in the future when I get to my real game what it's going to take to do those steps. And I think just doing every single time I make a little
There's
game, like I was
no
going to do
code
tic-tac-toe
here
originally,
anywhere.
but they didn't have any tutorials for that, so I didn't really know. Okay, if I do that tutorial, then it'll help me make the game, but I don't really know how to make the game, unfortunately. I just don't know enough yet. So being able to do something like that was nice, because it's being able to allow me to just see all the steps involved with making a game to releasing a game, and that's the important parts. It was really, I mean, to me, anyone sit down and do exactly what I'm doing, but then take it to those next
Right.
steps to actually get
Not
it
even
out to the
connecting the
public.
pin.
Even if I put it on Steam for free,
Oh my goodness.
that's still an achievement for myself. I've
Parsley
never done
Atomic to the rescue.
that.
What's up? We did it, you said. Is it possible to assign custom events like that? Not a custom event as we know. Oh, sorry, what's this saying? Is it possible to assign custom events like that?
Now, are you able to watch both
Not
his stream and my
custom
stream at the
event,
same time,
no.
out of curiosity?
Do you mean like
I don't really Twitch stream all that much.
dispatches?
I guess maybe if you just had
Event
multiple tabs
dispatches?
open.
Because I use those all the time, which is like right here. This button.
Okay, so
Button
back to
class
what I was
has
doing
the
over
same-
here.
I mean,
So
down here in
Taurus.
the corner, on pressed.
But yeah, that's
on
the gist of
up.
it.
And I'm
Look
gonna
at
turn
the
that so that it's
Yeah.
90 degrees.
It's a donut.
So what you can do is you
Alright, so he adds
you
in.
can just say
what the heck's
you
this
can
thing
click here
called?
and
A
say add
tutorial?
event, and here
Taurus?
on press. I already have one called.
It starts with, it's like
So here then, it'll appear in
two.
the level blueprint, already
No,
pre-bound.
That's not what I want.
Another
something
thing I could
different
have
to
done, I
call it.
suppose,
T-O.
to do this as runtime,
What is the T-O?
is I could say bind.
So, static
Bind
mesh.
on press or unpress,
One.
and then I would need a function.
What do I make it a T-O?
Then I would need
Taurus.
an event or a function that would happen on the on press. So yeah, you can do that. I just didn't have the pin connected.
Hey, my neighbors upstairs are going
execution.
a little bit on the nutser side.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is dumb. Why is it?
Oh, that's
bouncing
cool.
straight
So then you got like
backwards?
the bottom and top.
That's very wrong.
That is pretty cool.
Um,
Multi-stream.
also the
So
lighting
now,
keeps getting messed up.
can you have
Very strange.
infinite amount, or is it like over here on the left side where it's set
Like,
to like
what is
1,
that?
2 right now? You could do 3 if you had 3 going, or 4, or kind of set it up differently like that. Is that the gist of it?
And now,
Bookmark
okay,
this.
I'm gonna do two
It'd be
things.
nice to have for the future. That's pretty cool
I'm
though.
gonna say this is gonna have a new event.
Can it go past 4, or is 4 pretty much the top?
Okay. Struggler's artists.
Or at least maybe as far as you know. So he probably moves it up, no? Keeps it where it is.
Look at that.
Understandable.
So, two things. This right here. What is this block?
That's funny.
I must ask.
So just gonna give you a little history on myself here when it comes to game development. I have worked with a lot of different things like RPG Maker, Unity. I did for a long time. I've made a couple of games over there that I never really pushed past that about the intro start. Unreal itself for me, it's about 4 months now. About 4 or 5 months I've spent building this, and I've built like the twin stick shooter thing they
So the
have.
problem with that is
A couple other small ones they have, but just kind of like messing around with it, so to speak, getting kind of an idea. The,
it was hitting the wall.
Other than that,
And
code-wise,
that's
like I
fine.
know
It's
C++,
hitting the
C++,
And
Sharp,
normally this doesn't
Java,
actually have any
I've worked
other
with,
objects
HTML, I've
inside of it,
worked
so it
with,
should not have been
a couple other
registering
ones,
object self.
but
I bet you
like,
it plays right
I'm not used to doing
And
it
because
because
we're
I kind of
faking
jumped
the
out of the
bouncing
computer
bone.
code
Look at
realm
that
for a couple
perfect
years and went
bounce.
to college,
This one,
and so I
perfect
did
bounce.
human
That
resources
one
and
actually
things
should
like that.
bounce back.
And now I'm coming
And the other
back
before
to
was staying. So what
this.
was happening was
Which
it
is
was
a lot of
hitting,
fun
and we're like,
actually.
okay,
I enjoy
it's a hit.
making
Now it's
things.
time to calculate our fake, reflection. And
So.
it was like, okay, well, let me
Standing
stand
on
this a little
end.
bit forward. And it was like, oh, we
And
have
I'm gonna
another
try to
hit.
center it up a little bit more. So
Well,
let's
this
move
hit
it
is got the exact
a
same
little bit.
normal. So
I need to change the
hit
grid to
was
5 here
felt-
to
it was
try to
bouncing,
get it
and
centered.
then
There it
bouncing
is. Okay,
backwards
so it's
again.
centered. And just to make it a little more
So I don't
fancy,
know if
let's
I
open
need
it
to,
up.
Right around that.
And we'll change the
that
material
shouldn't have
to
been object solid, the trace channel.
metal gold.
Yeah.
These
Make it a little bit
objects probably
fancier
weren't
looking.
updated
Sure, why not? Mario color.
Since those channels were
Material.
added.
Pretty sure I could just do it right here, right? Metal gold. Should allow me. There it goes.
I think
Yay.
not, though. So
Man, I want to slow myself down just a little bit.
like I don't want to. Well, let's open GIMP. This is where we did it all.
Bring
We
it
did all
just a
this
little bit.
concepting before. Alright, I don't have that layer anymore. I lost it. I don't save this GIMP file.
Probably, I bet you 15.
Right.
Zero that out.
So
Yep, look at that,
here's
perfect.
what's up. We've got
Okay.
a normal corner. We've got some incoming.
Looks like
project-
something Notice would try to give me. That's funny. Alright, welcome to the stream, everyone that's joining up. I appreciate
So
you
what
guys coming
happens
to check me
if it-
out.
If it hits here,
I'm not the greatest in the world with this, but I am in a learning process, and over years and time, hopefully you'll see improvements from me, which will be good. And I can start to help other people out.
So now we've got this shiny donut coin.
I will be co-streaming too as well, which is kind of cool.
donut coin.
With my co-developer.
Okay, so we'll go
he has
in.
a lot more
Let's make it a
experience
little
in
more
this realm than I do.
Fancy. We'll add a point light. Make it stand out. Put it down the.
so now it's
Yeah,
gonna,
I mean, why not make it light up a little bit? So, point light.
here's
See,
gonna
I
be
want to go a
reflection.
little further.
What if
make
it
it-
double bounces?
Actually, it kind of looks cool in the center
now
of it.
it's gonna think
It
this.
just looks menacing from the distance, like you want to hit it. I'm not gonna move it. I like it where it is like that.
Is hitting
Yeah, no, I like it better like that.
this.
I wonder if I could point light.
So then it's going to
What
bounce
if I
right
copy
back.
and paste that?
Is that how
put
we're
that under
doing
the
this
mesh?
Hold on.
And then I do
We
this.
get our new simulated direction.
Just for kicks and giggles.
And it hits that normal. There is a problem with that. And the problem is exactly what we just encountered. If it hits two things with the exact same normal, it's just going to bounce backwards.
Zero it out there.
So, but we want that. Similar normals. If it has similar
Zero
normals.
that out. 15. This should be 15. No, it's not. For some reason that flipped. That's weird. So this is opposite of that. Negative 80. Huh. I don't know why I did that.
See, this works for
Flipped around
corners.
on me. Let's do one more just because I like the effect I got going on here. Zero that out. Negative
Because you've got the
75.
incoming.
Make everything kind of just
Well,
flush.
see, the
75
problem is
top.
we're spheres. So
Zero it out.
we're going to hit both of these.
15 one
So
side.
tell me,
should
party,
be
I missed something.
negative
How can you
15 now?
possibly consecutively hit something with the same normal?
Wait, 80.
The problem was actually with the
Anyway,
trace.
negative 80.
So maybe this won't be a problem now that I
I don't
fixed
know
the
the Z.
trace. The trace
you
was
know what?
was tracing the wrong
that it?
channel. Well, actually, there was an object that
I
was
don't get
responding
why
to a
that
channel it
rotated like
shouldn't
that,
have
but-
been.
That looks pretty cool.
So that might
From
be the real
distance.
problem
Alright.
because it would have already bounced off of that.
And oh, I'm not calling it in the game yet.
The bottom there. It's a little bright,
The
so
problem
I'm
is
gonna have to say 2000.
that
Yeah, we'll make
we're
it a
not
little
using
bit
real
yellow.
physics.
So now we have this nice little yellow light.
And so
under
we
our item.
update the
Okay, and
I
you know,
would
in a lot of times in
overshoot.
games, you have
The
items that
location
rotate
is-
to make them stand out a little bit
or
more.
at least update
That's
the-
super easy to do, so why not? Let's go in and add a
Alright.
rotating.
take? Update velocity,
movement.
update sphere direction.
So I would do.
No, we do
well,
set a
movement
velocity,
component.
right?
Probably.
And as you can
has
see,
a-
the yaw is already
So
set to 180. So if we
we're
simulate
adding-
this,
We're setting a
we get a
velocity
nice,
based on
pretty revolve.
a direction vector,
rotate.
which we
I
maintain.
bet you probably. I mean, this mixture still might look cool.
The problem
But all these are
comes
the
with,
static mesh. And
with the way that all
rotating
plays out here. So like if you have a
movement.
sphere hitting here,
Pile.
and then you
save.
tell it, well, your new direction is this way,
How did you test that?
right?
Yes, I
Uh,
tested that.
And
Oh, this is
it's-
gonna go. It's like on Mario.
Then it hits
I like this.
here. Like theoretically, it would
It's
work,
like old
but
school. I like this kind
this
of
can
music.
like happen at the same
If I could help it, all my
time.
games are gonna have this
There's
kind of
also like the real
this,
direction and our
like
looping
old school
direction.
Super NES era. It's like my
I mean,
favorite era.
these
So.
wouldn't even be a problem.
That's super easy to do, so
Same
Why
with
not?
that.
Basically, sometimes
let's go
the
in
orb would be
and
heading
add a
into
rotating
path,
movement component.
and it would
Yeah,
get
that-
And as you
stuck.
can see, the
Oh,
yaw is
this was
already
the
set
actual
to
problem.
180.
I
So if
figured
we
it out.
simulate this,
Oh, I simulated.
The
Okay.
actual problem is we would have this sphere,
Ah, see, that's cool. It actually rotates with it.
and it would hit the corner. And
that
picture
looks
a 3D
cool.
corner, right?
Oh
No, so
yeah.
There's
Okay.
actually, it's basically
What
colliding
if
on the
I
bottom,
if I
on
get
the
just
top,
a little bit
and on the
fancier? I'm
back
probably getting
face,
myself too
which
fancy
you
now.
can't really see.
I'll
And
probably stop simulating.
it's
What if I brought
only reporting
light
to us
copy?
about one of its physics collisions, which is fine. Normally it would update, you know,
Bring
like
that
something
on
would
the
bounce
backside
off
a
the
little
corner.
bit to
Normally that would be fine. But it's only
60.
notifying us about one of its hits, and that was always one of the side hits,
Did that really
and never
do
the
anything?
back. Because if it ever hit
I
the
guess it
back,
kinda
or
did.
told us that it hit the back, then we'd say, okay, its new direction reflection is this way. But it kept telling us about the side hits, which, you know,
Can I-
you hit shallow, you bounce out shallow. So it kept bouncing out, but then just kept hitting the side walls and never telling us that it was hitting the back wall.
Let's make that like.
So to
let's
fix
move it up
that,
that.
I'm tracing out,
That's too bright.
and I fake the hits myself. I do a multi-sphere trace from where I am forward when I do hit something,
Stick
just to
with
see if I was
5,000.
about to hit anything else. And I do little simulated bounces to get the new
I'm gonna
direction
save. And then simulate.
in your head right now.
Okay, cool.
That is legit what drags all the way to this.
get a
It's
nice,
legit
pretty revolving
the
coin.
problem.
Okay, so now that we have our coin,
Oh, whoa. It's
Yeah.
let's go and spawn these on our floor. So
um,
we'll go to our floor
imagine-
tile,
Simulate.
and so the rocks we spawned in these
except
3
imagine
points.
it
The
heading
coins I want to
vertically
spawn a little bit
and then
differently.
just getting stuck
So
in
I'm going to add
Another set of
a box collision, and I'm going to
Uh,
call this
Okay,
coin
bug
area.
fixed, though, I think, because
Let me guess.
well,
3
I don't know
different
about
point
your
areas.
And I'm gonna move it to
guys,
the
but
middle.
At least here.
and I'm going to scale it up,
Load that
say
a little.
460, 460, and 2. And then I'm going to drag it up. So this is the area that I'm going to spawn my coins in. I'm just going to randomly spawn them in this area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another
Okay.
So this
So,
mass, this
He went through
that's
and
a
did
trigger.
a
So
nice
there's a trigger in
box,
here,
which technically would be the whole area.
and there's a collision
There should be
thing for player blocking. So this is
floor
supposed to stop
tile.
the player from getting in there,
So
and it's registering as
he
object
added
solid, even though it's not. It is non-solid
S-
objects.
no.
But that's just a trace channel because I don't
Collision
know
box.
the way to trace.
Was it a collision
against
box? It was a collision
Physics
box.
channels. You know, I'm in the
Spawn a
Unreal
little bit
Slack
differently.
group now. I should
So
probably
I'm
check
gonna
if
add
somebody knows if there is a way.
No,
a
collision
If there
box
is a way,
collision.
then I
Box
don't need
collision.
these two trace
Ah, that's what it
channels.
is.
All right.
Box collision.
That
Okay.
level 24 is gonna work now. Holy crap, the lighting sucks, so we'll just play it unlit.
500.
But oh, I can't play it unlit.
Zero it out.
That's fine. Can I beat it in the dark?
Now size wise, 460 by 460 I think is what we did.
I can't because I don't have any powers right now.
Whoa, no, that's definitely not what he did.
Eject.
Let's try.
There's my player.
Okay, why did mine explode like that? He definitely did
And
something.
I'm gonna call
like that.
this
Where's
coin
my-
area.
Are those
And I'm gonna move it
private?
to the middle.
Shoot.
And I'm gonna scale it up. Say 460,
He did do 460.
460,
I bet you
and 2.
Shape box 460, 462. Oh. 460. 460. And 2. And then look it up just a little bit. Just a little bit. 50.
And then I'm gonna drag it up. So this is the area that I'm gonna spawn my coins.
Where can I ask? Unreal Chat, probably?
File save. Okay.
And I'm just gonna
so-
randomly spawn them in this area. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make another function,
Function. Yep,
and I'm gonna
makes
call it
sense.
spawn coins. And this is gonna be super similar to our spawn blocker. So we're gonna add a child component.
Add child component. Add child component. Actor component. No. Is that the one? Add child actor component. Yep.
And this time the type is gonna be
The item. Type. Oops. Type. There it is. Item.
This says Up in Flames by T-Mass.
DP item.
I think this is a remake.
Now for the transform, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use our coin area.
Okay.
So if we go under variables in our components, we can grab our coin area and we'll get the relative location of
Get relative location off the coin. So grab this. Get.
I think Tiesto is where this voice comes from.
Get
Maybe he
Rel-
sampled her voice. I don't know.
relative location. I think that's the one you just
Let's
said.
play it. Level 24. Here we go.
Did I grab the right one?
this.
Yep. Okay.
Didn't I delete this?
And then if we drag off of that
Why
and
did I
type
snap
random
back to reality.
or RND,
Bounding box. Random point. Bounding box.
I did. Also, I need to fix
So
up what I just.
bring that back.
The changes I made to level 3 and then undid.
Random. So
Oh. My changes saved. Okay. Never mind.
So he's grabbing a random point in box. Why does this look random math? Bounding box. Bounding box. Okay.
there's this random point in bounding box. So this will
Which would
allow
be
you
anything
to
within
get a
that
random
area.
point in a bounding box,
So
which is
that
exactly
just
what it says it
created-
does. So we're going to use that, and for the origin we'll use
the coin
the
area.
location of the
Yep,
coin
that
area.
makes sense.
And for the box extent, we'll just drag off of here and get the box.
There's shapes, variables, get box extent. I don't know what box extent does yet, but we're gonna find out in about 10 seconds here. Get box extent. What does this do for me? Here's the value of the variable box extent. The extent, radii, dimension of box extents. This is just location of the coin relative to its parent. I bet you probably just plug that right on in there.
So let's commit this up.
Box extent
Once you plug
of that
in,
area. So
voila,
now we should be able to get a random point
Oh.
the bounding
inside
box.
this coin area.
Yep.
And we'll just feed that right into our transform.
So that goes there, and that's gonna go there.
So
Let's
you do
de-spaghettify this a little bit. I'm all about
down.
de-spaghettifying all the time. I hate spaghetti.
Kind of want to go delete everything we added and then re-add them. Is that ridiculous?
Ow!
Uh,
Darn it.
Legends player, don't think so.
Didn't mean to do that. Random point bound bucks.
We changed level 3, level 1, and level 25.
Bucks.
Find that.
How does it convert? Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's gonna happen, yeah.
And it's going to nicely
Same.
convert
From
that
having-
for us from location transfer. So now we have this function that spawns coins. So let's go and test it out. We'll go to our construction script.
Okay.
We'll hit Alt and temporarily disconnect our spawn blocker. And we'll hook up our spawn
So,
coins.
spawn coins instead.
So now if we go to our viewport and we compile, we get a coin. And it'll jump around to random
Pick up.
spots.
Yep.
But just one isn't very interesting. So let's go back to spawn coins. And in here, we'll just quickly stick in a for loop. And we could make this a variable and have different, random numbers of coins. But for now, just prototyping, I'm going to say 0 to 5. So we always get 5 coins. And there we go, 5 coins. So the next, we always get 5 coins. And there we go, 5 coins. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to go to my construction script, and I want to sometimes spawn coins, sometimes spawn blockers. So I will drag off of this, and I will add a switch on int.
And then set to a random integer number. I bet you that's probably going through here. That would make sense. So he's under 4 tile construction. You alter that out. Grab spawn coins. So you want to do switch on int. Int. So depending on the integer, it's going to switch between the two. That's what I'm guessing. Could be wrong.
And this will just allow me to
Add another
choose different outputs based on the number that's in this selection.
0, 1.
So for blocker, I'll assign that to 0. I'll make it the default. And then for 1, I'll say spawn coins.
Add pen. Blockers default, and then.
Partially timed. Also, did you see the hot news about GitHub private repos going to be free tier? Oh, interesting. Unfortunately, my personal website is still GitHub pages via private repo, which isn't supported on a free tier. Womp womp. I actually currently pay for GitHub free tier.
Okay.
They're probably trying to compete with Bitbucket and those guys who have free.
So at the moment,
I
I have-
can't be
Now,
unknown,
for this selection,
right?
I'm just going to throw a random integer.
So though I have to pay because I need the extra large file system storage.
range, I'm just gonna be 0 to 1. How much you want to bet? That's my educated guess. Educated because those are your two integers you want to pick between.
During range in here. And make it 0 to 1. So sometimes we get coins. Sometimes we get bucks. So if we hit simulate, sometimes we get coins.
Okay. And then compile, save, go here. Where was the simulate? Oh, I can simulate it in here. Viewport, simulate. Oh, uh-oh. They're not spawning in the box. Why aren't you guys spawning? I gotta up this a little bit. That's way too slow. Okay, you guys should be in the bounding box, but you're not. Simulate. No, you're not grabbing coin area. Let's see in the item blueprint. Event. Nope. Construct. Nope. Nope. That was where it was. It was in here. Spawn coins. Coin area. Relative. 5. That should be the location. So, child spawn coins. Get relative location. The box extent. I mix something up there because they should be in the box, not outside the box. Let's back it up just a little bit. Grab to the component coin area. Component coin area. I'm doing a relative location to the origin. Yep.
Huh.
Box extent.
I wonder if there's already
Random
a
point
plug
bound on box. Box extent's good. These are all fine. There's no issues there. Return the value. That's the amount that we're gonna spawn. Huh. File, save all. Let's see if that fixes my problem. Simulate. Why are you outside there? You guys should be inside the box. I mean, you guys, you're grouped up as if you were in the box, but you're not in the box. Spawn point. Oh, wait a
Is that
second.
what objects is?
This needs to go to the scene. Save. Ha, there we go.
Actually,
Got it. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. Okay. I'm on cue again.
It's going to nicely
Something
convert
simple
that
as
for us
sometimes
from
putting that in
location
the wrong
to
spot up there can make
So
a
now we
difference.
have this function
I
that's
can
make
fast
sure it's our
forward now.
player.
entries for objects in this one.
Back
We're getting
to-
coins some.
I don't know why. I just
Now
kinda
for this
thought it
selection
was-
one, so sometimes
that.
we get rocks,
Okay, so we're back
which
up
is
where
exactly
we
what we
were.
want. So if we go to our game and we play,
Play, we should see a bunch of
we're getting
coins.
coins sometimes, and we're getting rocks other times. And as you can see, I'm actually hitting into these coins, so
I kinda thought you
the coins are
passed
blocking
it
me,
with
which
that
we don't
array
want.
of
We want to be able to pick
actual
these up.
objects
Right.
So
placed against
let's go to our
things
character,
say.
and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a variable called total coins,
Huh.
and I'll just make this an integer. And then I'm going to make a little utility function. I'm going to add a function, and I'm going to call this.
I'm gonna have to
Add
rewrite some
coin.
code after this next build.
And this is simply just going to
See,
add
I
coins to our
legit
total
have
coins. So
these
I'm
race
going to,
channels,
wanna set
player
my
solid and
coins.
object solid,
and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my
because
coins.
I didn't realize I could do this.
I'll add
Okay.
on.
coins to our
Simple
total
that.
coins. So I'm going to want
What
to set my call this integer.
you're adding a new function.
And then I'm going to make a little utility function.
Wow.
Okay, it just keeps going. This is under the front character one.
Partially
So,
topic is in this chat.
Oop, again, I hit the wrong button.
I don't even read these names.
So run character. I'm gonna make a new under actor.
It's just me.
And
So-
new
That
variable.
that's what I changed.
I don't think it did it as a variable, but that's alright. I can change that to
gonna
the
use
green
that.
one integer. That's what it is. Right. It was an integer.
All right.
Total coins.
Well, can't fix all my mistakes right now.
Run actor total coins.
I'm going to add a function, and I'm going to call this add coin.
And to the
then-
chat.
Add coin.
Learning.
Yeah.
You always learn.
So what are you talking
Add
about?
coin.
I get. Oh, unfortunately.
And this is simply just going to add coins to our total coins. So
That's right.
I'm
I
going
forgot
to
they got bought.
want to set
So
my
drop
coins.
in the bucket and probably less
What
hassle.
I'm going to do is I'm going to get my
True.
coins.
You also love the registers
I'll
take
add-
on it. This is the final straw. Evil Microsoft making private GitHub repos free. You've gone too far. I agree.
Set.
Hey, you know,
Get it.
I like Microsoft. I don't love.
Add,
Well, I do
One.
love their OS. I don't love what they're doing.
and
to
I'll
their
assign that to my
OS.
coins. So just
Um,
a little
but
utility function, just
as
to add a
company,
coin.
I think they have come up a long way.
It's almost like
They
making
become
it
more
right now.
and more Apple's antithesis in all the right ways. Where Apple does everything they can to stop people from unsubscribe. Whereas Apple does everything they can to stop people from being able to alter their devices.
So now if we go back to our item,
or improve
and select
their
the mesh,
devices or their
This should make
it's
it
set to
programs
block all
and systems.
dynamic. So let's set it to
Microsoft is
overlap only
continually
pawn.
Open sourcing their code and
I'll see.
contributing to open source repos.
Item.
Microsoft was like one of the most active companies on GitHub. That's one of the reasons why
And then
Microsoft switched to Microsoft switched to using
over here.
GitHub and Git,
Oh,
and
I
then
bet you probably was on.
which is why GitHub felt comfortable
Let's
being
put
bought
these,
by
get
them.
these into the right spots.
Yeah,
let's
are you
see.
unsubscribing from 1 tier or 3? Because I'll change my opinions for a sec. Hey, you know I like Linux
There's static
if I want to
mesh.
spend all day tinkering.
That's
I
what
do
it
love
is.
the idea of Linux. I just wish it. I want to have the ability to tinker with everything,
Overlap
but I really don't
only
have
pawn.
to. You know,
Overlap.
it's kind of one of those things where it's like once a year I'm like, oh, I really wish I could rewrite
Okay.
this program, or like
Then we can come down
do
further
something about a
Through.
program.
and add a big.
Begin an overlap, which would make sense because when you officially overlap,
You have
you're going
thoughts,
to add
but
it
you have to go.
probably some kind of coin adding
Well,
system.
Thanks for hanging out.
Begin
Mostly atomic.
overlap,
Again, overlap.
which is then
Now the
gonna
begin
call
overlap,
the game,
We take the other actor,
We'll
cast her a run character.
cast it to the actual run character, because you want to be able to. I don't understand that, but run cast to run character. I guess the upon overlap, I want to cast it to the run character, whatever it is that needs to be done. Like a game mode almost. I guess I'll understand in a couple
Alright.
minutes here as we go through this.
I have.
Make sure it's
4.
our player,
Yeah.
and then
I have 3 or 4.
Make
Call
sure
add
it's the
coin.
actual
Too many
character that's running
supplementary
through it.
programs
and after we add the coin,
And that's going to add the coin
Well,
to
I
an
will
array
say
of
I
something.
did spend 5 years exclusively with a Linux workstation, as did most of the
Coin.
engineering department.
A function. There we go. So I
But
wanted
for
to
game
add the
dev, too many
coin
supplementary programs are best on Windows. Yeah.
to make that array of coin system that can count.
let's
What do you guys think of this?
Play a
I
sound.
like this little material here,
Sound at location.
and it's
So I want
actually
to
just 3D
play,
noise,
play sound.
which is one of the great
Location.
parts about it because it
Wanna
that
do like
means
a
it
Mario
tiles.
ding? That's what I want to hear.
I don't want to.
we'll do that at the actor location.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, active location.
me-
So it has to get its own location for where it needs to send off the sound. So I get actor location.
And if I make another copy,
Now it can tell itself, okay, you're gonna go based upon wherever it was that the sound location was triggered,
make a wall material.
and now it can get
with
its own
that
active
as the
location for
world
itself
offset.
and make that the location needs to be played.
That'd be
think.
so groovy.
Something along that lines.
And this is the one point where I'm kind of cheating. I said I was using everything from the
Oh,
starter content, but in this case,
he doesn't want
I'm
to.
actually going to use SFX score 01.
I'm gonna guess it's probably not gonna be near
But the great thing, this
Yep,
is what I
think
really
so.
like about 3D noise. Is like I can get this to happen with a
I can
regular
play whatever I
noise
want.
texture.
What do I like?
Like
Starter music, stream queue.
it works at every rotation. You know, the UVs just work. And it's funny
So
because then
sound
these
wave is
become
what I want.
cross sections.
Sound wave, yep. I wanted to play.
I don't have to be using this whole actor. Oh, I think the reason the actor was bugging out might have been for the autofill. I mean,
Sure. I don't know if that's a good sound or
I
not.
kind of just want to see something really quickly.
Fun. And I kind of grabbed this from Tappy Chicken because it's a cute little
Tappy
scoring, coiny sound.
that's
So
the
I'm going to
material.
use that, but you guys can use whatever you want. You can always grab that from Tappy Chicken and migrate it over too, which is exactly what I did. So we'll play that sound, and then we'll destroy
Alright.
So
ourselves.
sound destroyed. So this will destroy the coin.
I'm excited too. So then a plane. With that material also.
So there we go. So now we should be able to run around and pick up coins. There we go.
Now you
Picking up,
visualize-
picking them up, picking them up. Be nice to spawn some kind of effect as well, maybe. There, we're getting coins.
Okay. So now my game, in theory, we should have a character. I hit play. Oh, that sounds like crap.
It's insane for some reason.
Why is it making that weird noise? It's probably this thing. Let's try that, just to see what that sounds like.
It's so slow.
Oh, it's playing a sound now. That does look like too much lights. Alright, it looks cool here. There's really actually not all that cool. It's too bright. So let's get rid of some of these. That one, that one, that one, that one. I keep that one in the center.
Wonder how performant nuking that is. Probably pretty. I think that's kind of what the volumetric stuff is doing. The stuff we're messing with. Also, why am I doing this individually?
That and leave that one. Okay, let's try that. Sale. And play. Yep. Okay, well, it plays a sound. And it does pick them up. Okay, well, at least that starts an item.
Okay, great. So while we've got this going, run around and pick
He said he got it from somewhere.
that, but you guys, in this case, I'm
Um,
actually going to use
FX.
SFX score 01. And I kind of grabbed this from Tappy Chicken because it's a
Tappy Chicken. What the heck is Tappy Chicken? Let's pull that over here because I don't know if I want that. Google.com Tappy
Okay, here we go.
Chicken. Tappy Chicken.
No, don't want that. This, all these things getting selected. There we go. Let's duplicate these.
Ah.
I don't even know if I can tell that that's volumetric. You know what it might be able to do?
Okay.
Create another instance. Duplicate this. I'm not even reading the chat. What am I doing? Huh. What am I doing now? Carl asks. I am faking volumetric stuff. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to take this other field and I'm going to tell it, hey, don't be opaque. Can I change the opacity per?
Free.
Just want the blue to be black and to disappear. Hi, here we go.
Presounds.org. So I want coin pickup. Ah, that's kind of loud. Okay, I like that one. How do I get this one? Log into download.
I guess I can't mask that out as easily as I
Alright.
thought I was going to.
And then I can go over here. And it should allow me to.
Yeah, so the problem is that it is darkening it, and I need it to not. So this is
I wanted to do
duplicate this.
this. No. Rename coin pickup. Okay. Then come over
So yeah, color
here.
1 and color 2 have nothing to do with the
Coin.
opacity mask.
Nope.
And I need
View
that to be
options.
the case. I need wherever color.
Where do these need to
Color
go
two,
so I can
where
find
color
them?
2 is.
That's a good question. They're probably in the startup
To
content
also be a
for this, so I gotta find a way to get to my startup content in my folder.
slider.
So if I go over here and go down to my PC where I have everything saved, and then go to my area where this is actually being uploaded to, and then there should be an Unreal Engine one.
So these will default
here.
to 1.
There it is, Unreal Engine, and then we're gonna go to Epic. No.
And those
Shouldn't
just
be
be
in here.
moles
I thought this is where this is being saved. Go to save.
and ads.
Files to save.
And then a mole.
Save as. Where is it being saved to? Games. Third person. So. Wonder if it's being on my desktop. Probably is. Desktop. Games. No. Games, third person blueprint. Path. I wish I knew what that was. If I knew that was the C drive, that would help. PC. I don't have anything there. That's Epic. Real Engine. I have nothing. No. Nope. Not
Run this,
there.
I think it'll work.
Projects. Nope. Endless Runner. And then I want to get into content and put this into, well, and I can bring this over here. So let's see here.
So now I'll
We
make
got
an
the right
instance of
spot.
this.
I want to save the sound somewhere in here. Collections maybe? No. That'd be the blueprints. Their starter content, audio, and then I don't know if this will save this as that. Can I just export that in there? I don't think that'll work like that. It'd be nice if it did. Coin? No, that didn't bring it up. Somehow I have to convert it. What you import? Import. Did it? Okay, so it imported it. Coin pickup. Hey, look at that, it worked. There it is. So I just had to get into the right spot. Nice. Compile, save, play. Hey, it's playing some sound. Woot! Okay. We got sound. Let's see here now. So, what's Ben doing over here? Ben is. That looks cool. That looks really cool. Not sure what he's building, but I'm guessing like a flow of some sort. That's pretty cool. Alright, so back to what I was doing here.
Cute little, like, get some text in.
Okay.
And like I said, so let's just quick add a new folder called something when you throw in sound. Okay, great. So while we've got this going,
Alright.
and we're picking up coins, and we
Yeah,
have
counter.
a running total of our coins, why don't we go and throw a quick little HUD on here? Just because I think when you're prototyping something, when you throw in
Should
sounds
make sure that's
and when
actually
you throw
counting
in
up. Makes sense.
a little bit of information on the screen, to me it seems like it's a little bit more
This look good, it
like a
looks
game.
like-
So I'm going to add a new folder called UMG.
This is UMG user user MG something probably background related. But he's doing it right in the third person. Is he doing it in the blueprints? Third person. Folder UMG.
And we're going to use UMG. And now that we have UMG, it's super easy to do something like this. So let's just quickly go to user interface. And this is going to be super simple.
Go in here, user interface, widget blueprint.
I'm going to add a new widget blueprint. Call it run HUD, and open that up. And like I said, super simple. Not going to get into crazy design or anything. I'm just going to throw a horizontal box in here. And I'm going to throw some text in. Couple texts. Select both of those. Go over to the font size, make it a little bigger. Some text in. Crazy design or anything. I'm just going to throw a horizontal box in here.
On the panel, go under the panel. Where's the panel? Panel's right down here. We're going to do a horizontal box. From the horizontal box, we're going to make it just a little bit bigger. I like bigger is better.
And I'm going to throw some text in. Couple texts. I'll select both of those. Go over to the font size, make it a little bigger. Say 50.
Okay, then he throws a little text in here.
Almost have no idea how I just made
Text,
it.
text,
I mean, I know how I'm making it look.
text size. So where do I change the size of the font? Oh. 50.
I'll grab the first one. I'll call this coins.
Got a cool look to it.
First one's called coins. Coins. This is making an interface for me.
The second one
same
is going to be
one.
the number of coins, so just temporarily put 999 in there. So that's how it's going to look. But what I'm going to do is, because this is super easy to do, I'm going to go to the text and I'm going to use the bind function, and I'm going to create a binding. And also,
You're gonna do a bind? What the heck's a bind function?
I'm going to go to the text and I'm going to use the bind function.
Alright, so create bind. Create bind. What's a bind do for me?
And I'm going to create a binding. And also open up a little function. And what I can do is,
This would get the.
I can get the player character.
Yep. So somehow get player.
Save this.
Is it get player character? Get player character. And then I'm gonna guess we're gonna grab
Oh,
the coin that we keep adding up. Maybe.
I'll cast that
I wanna know
to
if
my
this
run
is what
character.
volumetric stuff is.
Okay, so cast to run character. Not sure why we're casting to the run character yet, but I'm thinking that'll compare in a couple seconds. I'm gonna guess. Probably won't. I'll probably have never idea why I'm casting to it. At least for a little bit here.
I think the
And
So-
then, from the run character, I'm going to get that total coins.
So we're gonna grab get total coins
makes sense though.
in the actor. And then from that,
Variable. and then I'll just plug that in
Now I wonder.
Is the
could
return
the
I,
return value. So I'm going to get the total coins, and that's going to be what I use for
just
my,
like parent this
my text.
to the player's face, or
So
always set the
then-
rotation to look at the player. You know.
There we go. Nice. Everything looks good.
If I put them in an act, I could always fix it.
Spaghetti's not bad.
In the spot here.
So
So we'll compile and save that. We can just close that up because we're not going to really do much more with it. Then we'll go to a run game mode. We'll go to the event graph. Then begin play. I'm going to make sure we open this up. So I'm going to create a widget.
okay, so use an interface behind here. So create widget. It's widget.
10 of you out.
Create widget.
Alright, I gotta go feed my cats really quickly, and I will be back. BRB.
Of type
Run HUD.
run HUD. And then I'm going to add that to the viewport.
That's a viewport. Two viewports. Yay! I look like I know what I'm doing. Still don't really know what I'm doing yet. There we go. So I add it. I'm creating a HUD from this basic HUD that I made, and I'm adding it to my viewport. And then I'm gonna do my loops of creating the stages. So save.
Make sure that's all connected in nicely. Compile and save. So now when the game starts, we should get that displaying on screen. And I immediately die, of course. Okay, so now we've got the coins up there. And as we pick up coins,
Nice.
It-
I should get the same. So play and they count. Sweet. And then does it restart the coins? Yep, nice. I do want to do one thing. Just because that would bug me. File save. Okay.
it's going to add coins to our total and immediately display them on screen. Super easy to do.
Alright.
So there we go. So now we've got obstacles that we can dodge. We've got coins we can pick up. In the next video, let's start making the course a little bit more exciting.
Cool. I'm gonna change up the whatever it is that gets loaded. Just so slow. It's probably because it's connected to my computer, not an outlet.
Okay, so now we've got our basic course with our obstacles and our coins. So let's go ahead and make the course a little bit more varied. So we're going to take BP floor tile. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a create blueprint based on this. So I'm going to use this as the
So,
parent
I'm
and make a child.
gonna make a child under here. I go to here. Blueprints. Floor tile. Create child. What am I gonna name it?
Blueprint. Now, what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to add a ramp. So I'm going to add a static mesh. And I'm going to call this ramp. And the mesh that I'm going to use is wedge, shape wedge B. So we got this little wedge thingy here. I'm going to pull it over to the end, rotate it around 180 degrees. Then I'm going to scale it up a bit. I'm going to go on Y, I'm going to make it 10. Z, I'll make it 3, so it's got some height to it. And since that's a terrible... I just rotated it, which I didn't mean to do.
Alright,
Hold on,
let's start
let's
back up.
Get back to where he is. So, we open the child.
So,
He's adding in a ramp,
let's go back to the
component ramp.
Who's out there? What's up? What's up?
Not too much at the moment.
Nobody here. Nobody here. Slick Ace is here. So out of curiosity, is that your cats in the stream or another stream of cats? That would be a good idea. I've thought about having just a cat stream. You wouldn't be able to get them this active though. No, they're my cats. I took this video actually myself. It's not live. Don't tell anybody. Alright. The game is playable from start to finish. I'm going to delete the Soul Cave, the Modular Cliffs,
Ramp.
the Icelands. Did I even look at the Icelands?
Ramp.
Overview.
And make a child blueprint. Now, what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to add a ramp. So I'm going to add a static mesh.
Static mesh. Okay, that's what
You keep me in one what? You keep me in a substream?
Oh. Oh. The Twitch machine got unplugged. I don't even know what that means. Twitch. What does? Try again in a moment. Let's refresh it. Oop. Is this him?
It kept freezing the stream because I'm loading the stupid map. So I felt like putting my panda there. What does it mean when the Twitch machine gets unplugged? It means my stream stops transmitting. Which happens when I load levels in Unreal. It's very unfortunate. I tried setting all my things to higher priorities, but then I must have restarted it, so...
I think it's the memory usage? I think it's because of the memory usage.
I don't know what this one is. Let's just keep going with it.
That makes sense.
For some reason it decided that it doesn't want that one to run at a higher priority. I don't know what it is, but we won't either. Wonder if we can change this automatically in the startup params or something.
Yeah, keep your stream open in the background.
Hopefully the hiccups don't happen again. Yeah, it's the problem is it's my Unreal taking over the whole CPU. Now it's gonna want to compile these shaders. Honestly, this looks really well, chat. Okie dokie, let's look at
Okay,
this.
so back to what we were doing over here. I was in the process of adding
Interesting. kind of interested mostly in shape.
Static mesh.
So I could utilize some of these.
Mesh.
Those.
Which is over here. Mesh over
Oh
here.
yeah, you said yeah, but you keep my stream open in the background tab in your web browser and lurk, listen. Nice. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Also glad to know that like it's interesting enough. But I get it. Lurk.
Okay, so
And I'm gonna call this ramp.
Let's look at these wireframes.
And the mesh that I'm gonna use
use
Is
I'm not looking for the
wedge.
jaggy
Wedge.
ones,
Shape
but these
wedge.
all line up
wedge.
pretty well together. So
So let's
that's
get my static mesh
what
to
intrigues me
wedge.
the most is how these can be pieced together.
Hey,
Because I
You
need
got a
some
wedge.
modular assets.
I don't know if it's gonna
Modular in
be-
a sense. Modular in a. I'm making a cave sense.
to be.
Like overlap is
We have a
fine,
little wedge
Heated.
thingy.
but I
here.
like
I'm gonna pull
that
it
these are
over
designed
and
to be fit
rotate
together.
it around 180 degrees.
So yeah, I am.
I'm gonna
use
scale it up.
these.
I'm gonna go on Y. I'm gonna make it 10.
Okay.
Z, I'll make it 3, so it's got some height to it. And since that's a terrible, I just
So I
rotate
have
it,
another
which is gonna
subfolder in my
view.
content folder for like my game content to distinguish from these plugins.
Ooh,
And
excuse
then I'm
me.
gonna set the X to be
Hmm.
5. And then we'll just line
What
this
even
up
is in the starter content
with the edge.
shapes. Okay. That's fine. Those are nice.
Moving along, so it's all nice and boom. Got save. Alright.
Alright, and let's make it look a little bit more exciting. So I'm gonna go to the materials
There
here.
should be a way to make it.
And I'm
higher
gonna
by
go
default.
tech.
Yeah, I'm gonna check my
Tech pulse.
stream settings.
Alright, so there we go. We got the tech.
Oh,
Let's
not
do something
hotkeys.
different.
Advanced. There are way worse streams than mine. Trust me. Uh-oh. Mine's pretty basic. Pretty basic. I will say the Streamlabs does make it a bit nicer. Alright, process priority. Boom. Above normal. So many things out there that it's like we'll just try and just look and see if that is possible. And yep, that was an option. Well, you move stuff to assets folder for stuff you use, but it's sometimes plain to track all the dependencies.
Hey, Tron Master. How you doing
Sometimes a
today?
pain to track all the dependencies. Yeah, if I could
Good
go
take,
back, I would have a content,
Okay, yep.
and then I would have
Right.
like, a
Let's
like
try Master.
Gacko
I do
run
apologize.
folder right
We
here
actually do gotta get going.
And then all the rest would
actually
be
heading down your
the
direction
plugins
to Florida
that
tomorrow.
I download. That way, it's really easy.
So I have to,
to
actually
maintain.
go hang out with them for a little while.
I don't know the difference.
You want to see what I've done so far, though? I'll show you. So, I
But
don't
you
know
are
how
nice
I
to listen to.
just
You talk
added
and
in
react.
a
Aw,
ramp, but I have this. I
thanks.
go move
Yeah,
it,
I do try.
and I can collect coins, and it counts, and then if you hit,
I
boom.
think I'm going to use these.
My mom, actually, she's gonna be flying or driving down to Florida. She lives probably about an hour south of you, thereabouts. It was where Emily and
Yeah.
I stayed before we came up and saw you guys.
Okay.
Or, no,
So
after
we're going to
we
keep
came up
all
and saw you
these.
guys. So, but I do
But
gotta get going.
There's so many assets. I
Um,
don't want to wreck my
William,
my
I will
bandwidth.
talk to you later on. How's that sound? Right?
What's it called?
Uh,
The thing.
you have a good day.
I can't think right now.
Yeah, Emily just got home,
Oh,
so
do
we
I
gotta
want to
get
keep the
going.
effects though?
Save all.
I probably have to keep some of these, right?
So,
Or do I just take the meshes for now?
hey William,
Yeah.
Have a
for
nice day.
commit- For my large file system, that's what I was trying to say.
you can watch through my stream if you want. It's been going for a little while now.
Fire.
2 hours,
Fire
3 hours worth
dice.
of content if you want to actually look and learn a little bit about the game development.
That's the least
But,
yellow
yep,
fire